can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes!
Good day, everybody. Welcome back to the Norway Chess Round 7. Today, your host will be Women International Master Fiona Stahl-Antony, and I'm Grandmaster Arthur Nations. So the 7th round out of 9 is here about to start in something like 10 minutes. So we have plenty of action ahead of us. Fiona.
Absolutely. Round 7, only 3 rounds to go. I'm very happy to be here for the last time for this tournament. It's been a lot of fun. And to commentate for what I believe is the very first time with you, Arthurs. We've done some commentary on the slot battle, but it's not quite the same as sitting here in the commentary booth for Norway Chess.
Right. This is slightly something else. I remember we met in a sub battle, right? If I remember correctly.
Correct. I have painful memories. We'll still need to get revenge someday.
Right. So indeed, today we have, like I already said, a lot of action. There's the derby of 2 Norwegian players. So maybe first we are going to have a look at the format of this tournament.
Absolutely. So the format, if you haven't followed until now, first of all, where have you been? But it is a 10-player round robin. In a second, we'll have a look at who these players are. And for the point system, this tournament uses a different system to pretty much any other tournament in the world. So if you score a win in the classical game, that will get you 3 points. If the classical game, however, is a draw, then the players move on to play an Armageddon game where the winner of that Armageddon gets 1.5 points and the loser of the Armageddon gets 1 point. And of course, if you lose the classical game, you still get 0 points. And Arthurs, the time control is also very interesting.
Absolutely, because this is something I haven't really seen anywhere else. So the time control is 120 minutes or 2 hours for the first time control for the first 40 moves. And what it makes really exciting, and we've seen before happening, there is no increment for the first 40 moves. And after the move 40, you get only 10-second increment. And when the game finishes in a draw, immediately after the game, usually it happens within something like 20 minutes of the classical game being played, there is an Armageddon game in order to determine the winner of the matchup. So white gets 10 minutes, black gets 7 minutes, also 1 second increment after move 40, but of course, black has the draw odds.
Absolutely. And well, we've seen that so far, up until yesterday, at least, white was crushing the Armageddons. I mean, I think black had only won 1 or 2. It was really, really one-sided. But yesterday, finally, black started mounting a little bit of a comeback, winning the first 3 Armageddons that we saw. But then in the final one of the day, Wesley So took one back for white. And speaking of Wesley So, let's see who are the 10 players taking part in this year's Norway Chess event.
Right. So the 10 players, obviously, they're the world champion Magnus Carlsen, together with some very impressive names. So you can see several ex-world champions. That's Vishy Anand, who had a wonderful start. He is still one of the leaders of the tournament. Then there's Wesley Topalov, there's Vachier-Lagrave, Anish Giri, Wang Hao, Radjabov, Tari. I mean, these are household names, super GMs. So that's what it makes it really like a true Wimbledon of chess.
Yeah, some legendary players in there. It's funny, David Pruis yesterday was saying, you know, some of these guys, it feels like this tournament could have been played 10 years ago already. They've been around a long time. But Tari there, a bit of young blood, the local player besides Magnus Carlsen. And if we bring up the leaderboard, we'll see that Tari is actually doing really, really well. He is currently in 7th place, as we'll see in a second, but the score is a little bit deceiving because he actually has a 50% score in the classical games, which in this field is an extraordinary result for him. So Arjan has been doing really well. And then, well, we see at the top, you mentioned Vishy is one of the leaders. So yesterday he fell behind Magnus Carlsen because Magnus beat Shahriar Mamediyarov in an incredibly tough game where Magnus just pushed Shah to the very end and made him crack. So Magnus with that has taken the So lead on 12.5. But Vishy is right behind him, and also Wesley So is not far. And Arthurs, if we look at today's pairings, I think that Vishy will be maybe eager to reclaim the top spot.
Absolutely. So this is quite an important match for Vishy because he's meeting, well, dare I say that, an underdog of the tournament. I'm not sure if there's an underdog in the tournament. However, still Radjabov is at the bottom of the tournament table. Anand is playing with white, so he will be seeking a possibility, try to catch Magnus Carlsen, regain the lead in the tournament. So very important game. Also, I think we definitely want to follow the matchup of two Norwegian grandmasters. Of course, one of them is Magnus Carlsen, the reigning world champion, but also Tari. He is currently, well, I'm actually a bit confused, second or third rated player of Norway. But
I would have said second, but let me double check.
Probably already second, because I wasn't sure about Jon Ludvig Hammer, really, because Jon Ludvig was for many years second. So it's essentially the derby of two best Norwegian players. And also, I think we have to see what's going to happen in very important matchups between Shahriar Mamediyarov against Anish Giri. They are on the first half of the rankings, and also Vachier-Lagrave against Wesley So. In the meantime, maybe Wesley and Topalov's game against Wang Hao won't be really crucial for the tournament standings, but definitely this is also the game we're going to follow with great interest.
Yeah, so what you're saying, we'll follow all the games with great interest, except maybe. No, I'm joking.
Right.
So, and yeah, just to confirm that Tari is indeed the Norwegian number 2. Then one more thing, if you want to find out more about the tournament, you can click the link that's there below. Arthurs, go.chess.com/Norway Chess 2022. And Arthurs, there's another way in which people can get involved.
Absolutely. And I would like to mention that do not forget to vote before the game for today's result of all games. So you go to chess.com events, navigate to the tournament, select a game, click vote, and try to guess the results. You could win a piece of the $600 prize pool for the best voters, or also free diamond memberships of chess.com. So the voting ends after the 10th move of each game, so don't miss it out.
Absolutely. So 10 moves to vote. Games get underway in 3 minutes. If you haven't voted yet, do it now before you forget. And Arthurs, how about we do some prediction of our own? What do you predict for the Norwegian clash between Tari and Magnus Carlsen?
Well, I think I have a very simple answer to that. I have statistics. So I pulled some statistics before the previous matchup.
That's impressive preparation.
They're very impressive. Thank you. So Tari against Magnus Carlsen, they have met in 9 games in total, 7 classical games, and quite not surprisingly, Magnus Carlsen leads with 5 victories, 2 draws. So Arjen has scored only 1 point out of 7 games. So this is incredibly tough for Arjen. And what it makes it interesting is that Arjen has lost all games with the white color against Magnus Carlsen. So the fact that he's playing today with the white color, I'm not really sure if that means anything. However, I think we also have to look how Arjen is faring in the tournament, right, Fiona? Because I mean, he's just playing really good, solid chess, and it's that Armageddon, and he has lost 4 Armageddon matches with the black color. I mean, call it tough luck.
Absolutely, and I think Arjen, he can, go into today's game feeling quite confident. If Arjen had a really difficult tournament, struggling in the classical, if you're already down and you have to face Magnus, it is so tough. But he's done really well. He's only, I think he's only lost 1 classical game, if I'm not mistaken.
In the tournament, right?
Yeah.
1 win, 1 draw. All of the other games are drawn.
So I think Arjen should be feeling confident. He also now has a bit more experience playing Magnus, because I remember, I think they played each other in the classical very late. I think it was actually Norway Chess 2 years ago, and I was there for that. Yeah, but it's crazy that the two Norwegians, never played each other in a classical game until 2020. So I think now that Arjan has a bit more experience, also more experience facing Magnus and facing more top GMs, I have faith in Arjan for today. I think this will be a draw.
All right. Yeah, maybe you're right indeed. So
did you predict Magnus or did you avoid the prediction?
I was leaning towards Magnus. Yes, because he has this incredible shape right now. He has scored the last 4 games, 3.5 points out of 4 against the best players in the world. Okay, against Vishy, he was losing, right? He was, desperately holding on to the game. So that was a very lucky escape. However, I do think that probably Magnus is going to win, but I won't be surprised if Arjan is going to play really, really well today.
Okay, let's very quickly get to predictions. I know you have the statistics for all of them, but we probably moves are coming in shortly. So what's your prediction for MVL against So?
MVL against So. Well, okay, again, very quick statistics. MVL leads 4 games against 1 loss. MVL plays with white. So I'm going to be bold and say that MVL wins the game.
I'm going to go with a draw there. Vishy against Radjabov.
Vishy against Radjabov, again, statistics. Anand leads 3 victories against 2 losses, 11 draws. He plays with white. Probably a draw.
I'll go with a draw as well. Topalov against Wang Hao.
Topalov against Wang Hao, they have played quite a few games, actually, only 6 games in total. Okay. And the last time they played a classical game, it was 9 years ago.
That's
so
insane.
9 years ago. Yeah, and the next one is today, right? I mean, after 9 years. So the last games they played, I mean, all of the classical games, 3 games they played, they finished in a draw. So I would say also the 4th game is going to finish in a draw.
I'll stick with that as well. And finally, Shakhtar Mamedyarov against Anish Giri.
Right. So this is quite unpredictable. Anish leads in their previous encounters 4 victories against 3 losses with 13 draws. However, out of the last 8 games, 7 have finished in a draw. Giri won 1 game in 2009 Grand Chess Tour. So maybe this is going to be a day of Shahryar. So I'll try to be a bit bold and guess win for white.
What have I predicted all draws until now?
No, I'm pretty sure. I don't know what you predicted, Fiona. I think you're saying just draw everywhere.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm confident somebody's going to win this. Somebody's going to win today.
Yesterday, I was confident it was going to be all draws, but I was proven wrong. And I feel like I need to pick a winner somewhere.
Right.
Where do I pick a winner? You know what? I'm gonna go with Vishy. I'm gonna change my mind.
Oh.
And I'm gonna go also with Shach. Okay, I'll pick these 2, Vishy and Shach. And you have? And
I have Magnus Carlsen. I have, who else did I say? MVL, I said is going to win. And that, I think, with Shahryar. Yeah, so 3 white wins.
Very bold.
Very bold. I know.
We will see what happens there. The games should start momentarily. I feel today is the first day that there has been a little delay, but we're hearing there's some first move ceremony. So very soon the moves will start coming in. Where do you expect maybe some opening surprises? In which game do you think we could see something interesting?
Well, I have no idea what to predict from Magnus's game. So, and just as I was about to try to predict something, the first 4 moves popped in. So
all together.
So I think it's going to be Scotch. Does it count?
No, it doesn't count. Too late.
Too late. All right. So we have a Scotch in Magnus's game. So that's something very solid. I wanted to say that probably Magnus is going to be quite unpredictable. But yeah, he plays something very solid. Doesn't mean that he doesn't want to win. So we probably want to also check the bird's eye view, which you are seeing on the screen. So very quickly, let's maybe go through all of the games. So in Arjan's game against Carlsen, this is a classical Scotch variation of the, I'm sorry, not the Scotch, but the 4 knights variation. And in the second board, Vachier-Lagrave against Wesley So we have a Berlin. This awfully looks equalish.
Mhm.
Third board, we have Anand against Timur Radjabov. That's Italian. So this is going to be an interesting positional struggle. Fourth board, we have with the white color, Shahryar Mamedyarov against Anish Giri. And look at this. This is King's Indian, right? So this is actually a bit
Very
surprising to me.
interesting.
Very interesting, because King's Indian at the highest level, this is pretty much extinct lately, right? I would expect Timur play this with black, not Anish.
Yeah, very bold choice by Anish. We'll take a deep dive there shortly. And finally, Topalov against Wang Hao.
Wow, what is knight e2? I haven't seen it before. What is this? Obviously, the Sveshnikov, usually after e5, the most common move is knight b5, and a lot of theory. Knight e2. Have you seen this move, Fiona?
No, but then again, I don't play any Sicilians as white. I don't play the open Sicilian, as black, and I don't play the open Sicilian as white. So I'm not too familiar, but I have, of course, commentated on a fair few games. And yeah, I don't recall seeing knight e2 before. So very interesting, some intrigue early doors there.
This idea, at least I've seen in some neither positions. Sometimes the knight goes to e2. The idea might be to play knight e5, knight c3, or the knight g3. But to be honest, here, this looks incredibly rare. But maybe there's some latest developments.
We'll have a look. Where would you like to start? Which game do you want to dive into?
Well, I think it's pretty simple choice, right? We always have to start with the world champion, right?
Let's do it.
All right. The world champion game it is. Ari and Tari is trying to get something out of the opening against Magnus Carlsen. So let's go move by move. E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6.
Just 1 second. We'll wait 1 second until we have the board up. So just bear with us for 1 second here, and there we go.
Actually, I was slightly mistaken. I saw the knight e4 and I predicted it's a Scotch. It's not a Scotch. It's four knights.
Four knights. Yeah.
4 knights. Yeah. The reputation of this variation, it's draw. That's the reputation. I mean, at the professional level, to see knight c3 from the black's perspective, that's like, right? Yeah. This means that white wants to play super solid, safe, because for black, it's very difficult to avoid playing knight f6. So knight f6, the main move, but let's imagine we try to complicate matters and we try to play, for example, a bishop c5, right? So I would like to play bishop c5, d6, and solidify the center. And this is where knight x on e5 comes into play. All right, so knight e5, d4, usually these types of positions are in favor for white. And if after knight e5 is suddenly black is very bold, he decides to give a check on f2, which is not very good. White just grabs the center and has, white has 2 bishops, space advantage, and a great position.
Yeah, so this is not something that black wants to go for. So as you're saying, most of the time black doesn't really have a choice but to go knight f6, which we saw in the game. And Tari now going for d4. There are some other moves here. Bishop b5 is often seen, and d4 kind of transposes to the 4 knight Scotch, right?
Right, yeah. So indeed, d4 is played in the spirit of the Scotch, 4 knight Scotch, yeah. So d4, knight x on d4, all of this is the mainstream theory here. Bishop b4, black challenges the pawn on e4. So if you want to keep it, you have to trade the knight, obviously, because after bishop d3, obviously the knight on d4 is under attack. So in order to protect it, you need to take it and play bishop d3. d5 and bishop d2. You know, Fiona, this is actually pretty interesting stuff, because as far as I know, the modern theory has developed here, despite the fact this is quite a drawish line. Let me show you some of the latest trends here in this line. So after the short castle, this is usually how black used to play this line. And now black would play d5, and after e takes on d5, the so-called old move is c takes on d5. So white has here number of choices. There's bishop g5. I believe there's also h3. The queen very often goes to f3. And, white just makes this facial expression like, I'm trying something here, but normally there's nothing. Yeah. However, black has this very surprising move, bishop g4. And now the idea of this bishop g4 is that black doesn't allow white to play either h3 or queen f3. So let's say white plays f3 and bishop h5. White has pretty much no choice. I mean, he can play bishop g5, but d takes on c6, check. You have to go away. Bishop takes. And this eventually fizzles out into nothing. Because black plays bishop g6, black takes the pawn on c6, and the game eventually is drawn. So this is pretty much the latest trend, I believe, although there's some trickier lines. I believe after f3, bishop h5, bishop g5, I've played this line myself at black against some very good grandmasters. In accelerated time control games, and there's still, black needs to be careful. So, but again, from the Magnus's perspective, this probably means if he's going to make all the correct moves, this means only a draw, right? So that's why I guess he tries to play immediately d5 and bishop e2. Look at that.
And interestingly enough, I was reading in the chat that, where is the comment gone? Le poulet de Belgique, the chicken from Belgium, is saying bishop d2 is a new venomous line.
Yeah, that's maybe the new stuff, really. So I was telling you the old new stuff. So this is the new stuff. And the idea is to sacrifice the pawn. So I think it's something like take, d takes on e4. I'm not sure what happens here. I don't think white is going to take on f6. Instead, he relies on the two bishops. Might be something like, I'm not really sure. Might be something like bishop c4. Bishop c4, bishop e2, and white is, relying on the power of those two bishops, and the pawn on e4 kind of is irrelevant. It's quite amazing where the modern theory is taking us.
What's interesting? I just had a quick look at the database. So actually, Magnus faced bishop d2 before at Tata Steel Chess in 2020, and Tari was also there, if I'm not mistaken, against Wesley So, and he played the same move, castles, but after white castled, in that game, Magnus played bishop takes c3 here. So he is deviating from the game he played against Wesley there. So
imagine yourself, Aryan is speaking at World Champions game in Tata. He's like, oh, look at this very interesting idea, right? I want to test it against you, right? And he plays it against Magnus himself. Very interesting, by the way. So it was, I guess, bishop takes, and what is that?
D takes.
D takes. I guess knight e4 is not very good, right? For whatever reason.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Knight e4, probably I'm going to take it and now claim some kind of big compensation. Wherever it is.
Where?
Wherever it is. I don't know, something like queen e2, attack it, put queen c4. These are weak pawns at queen side. Wow. Fiona, this is just sometimes stuns me. This is already whichever game on Norway Chess, and they're just not counting the pawns.
I know.
They just sacrifice the pawns left and right, and they go for this long-term compensation, which reminds me the round one game, I believe it was round one game of Shahriar Armageddon with the white color against Tari, and he also in very similar fashion sacrificed the pawn for some, long-term compensation. This is the best chess.
Interestingly enough, Magnus addressed this yesterday during his game against Shahriar Armageddon. He went into the confessional booth and he said something, because yesterday he gave up this pawn in this, again, Catalan-like lines, which he had employed so successfully in the match. And he said that actually when he was preparing for the match, this was his biggest struggle to come to terms with, okay, in some lines, you just give up a pawn and just play, and that he's now somehow understanding this better, and clearly it's working out for him.
Right. So so he's coming up with some amazing ideas here. So rook b8 was played, rook e1. So for whatever reason, Magnus decided not to take the pawn on e4. So I wonder how far goes Magnus's knowledge about this line, because definitely he has phenomenal memory. I mean, I would actually dare to say he has photographic memory, because he remembers so many things, so many things. Have you seen, Fiona, these video recaps? I mean, not video recaps, but short videos where I think it was David Howell asking him to recognize a certain game from which year?
I did see them. I mean, it's very, very impressive. Even more impressive, I thought, was in 20, I'll just throw in a year at random, around 2016, 2017, I was working at the Reykjavik Open. And Magnus came over for a couple of days. And the couple of days he came over, there was the pub quiz, which is one of the most popular side events. And the pub quiz, so it's a chess pub quiz, and the questions are really hard. And especially they are not just about chess positions. They are anything revolving around chess, about players, about general knowledge. I mean, really, really hard questions. And Magnus, he was on a team with John Ludwig Hammer, and he crushed the quiz. I mean, his knowledge, not just about chess games itself, but about, the culture, the players, the history. I mean, it was really, really, really impressive.
Right. That's why he's the world champion, I guess. He's the best player here. So after Rookie 1, Magnus is still pondering about his choices. I have no idea what he's thinking about. I guess he is trying to get a fight. Maybe that's also one of the reasons why he decided not to take on e4. Definitely the position is familiar to him because he has played it before. Maybe, it goes like, oh, what did I analyze in this position with my coach, Peter Heine Nielsen? 2 years ago, we had this training camp in Tromsø or something, you try to remember. So maybe we just use this moment to switch to another game. What do you think?
Let's do it. Let's maybe let's have a quick look at the bird's eye view, make sure we're not missing anything crazy.
Well, Wang Hao is definitely surprised with 92. He's in a tank. I mean, he's thinking very, very hard. What is this? What is 92? How do you play it like that?
Maybe we can go to Vishy, who is in second place and who is looking to win. They continue the debate. We have had so many Italian games already in this Norway Chess, and here comes another.
No, Fiona, I have to confess, really, I'm myself an e4 player, but I'm seriously considering to switch to d4 because of e5, and it has 3 very annoying lines. From the white's perspective, also something depends. It's the Raya Lopez, it's the Italian game, and it's the Petrov.
Yeah.
And I believe against the d4, there's lesser options for black. So indeed, after e4, e5, black's approach is so solid. So after knight c6, maybe one of the reasons why, for example, Anand doesn't want to test bishop b5, it's the Berlin.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think we talked about this, and all the commentators have talked about this. Why has the Italian become so popular? Because the players with the white pieces are struggling to find anything against the Berlin. So we've seen so many of these Giocopianos, and funnily enough, I was discussing them yesterday with David Pruss, who said that when he was commentating with you were trying to teach him, the subtleties of the Italian game.
Let me just show you this notorious line.
Yeah.
This is how they play it sometimes. You've probably seen it something like a million times, right? What was it?
Like
94, d5, I don't remember. 94, right?
What's embarrassing? One time I couldn't figure out, like, I've seen this draw a million times, and when I was asked to put it on the board, I couldn't do it.
I don't really remember. So I think
this looks right.
This looks awfully familiar. Very shocking draw. Right. And this is very often how the Berlin ends. So this is one of the nightmare variations which you don't want to see as a spectator. So that's maybe one of the reasons why Vishy says, listen, no Berlin today. Let's play Italian.
Yeah, so in Italian, and I mean, Vishy he's played already some Italians, I feel, in this tournament, or maybe it just feels to me like everyone has already played some Italians. But let's see which line we get here today.
I recall Radjabov's game against Wesley So, because this was the game we were following with David, and we were very critical of Radjabov's approach. We didn't like it. We criticized it big time. So Timur trusts it. He trusts it. A5. Yeah. So about this A5, maybe I have to mention that A5 is one of the trendy moves of the Italian game. So the classical approach is usually something like A6, white plays either H3 or rook E1 first, let's say bishop A7. And one of the big ideas at some point is that white grabs the space, right? So you want to play moves like knight E2, knight F1, knight G3, or knight E3, or bishop E3. And because of this space advantage at the queen side, white claims 0.3 advantage in the computer language. So that's why this A5, and the A5 is a very modern idea because black stops this plan of B4 and actually has an idea to push A4 himself.
Yeah, so what is the way for white to react? White just continues playing normal developing moves, rook E1. And we have already, no.
Yeah, you know, Fiona, I never really understood. I have to confess, I'm going to make a lot of confessions today. One of the confessions I don't understand: when black can play for short castle, because this runs into bishop G5. You see the pin, and I guess you want to get rid of it. H6, bishop H4, G5 is pretty much the only way how you can get out of this with no pain. However, sometimes knight X on G5 just wins the game for white. And
I was hoping you could tell me.
No clue, because it looks so similar. All the time it looks so similar, because you include something like A6, A5, you include bishop A7, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So at least I thought at the professional level, approach is always this: you just play H6 just in case, whatever, you don't want to test this. And if Radjabov plays short castle, okay, I guess he knows what he's doing here.
Well, there was this game where Radjabov was black against Giri a couple of days ago. I don't know if you saw that one, but where Giri went on to win. And I was here with Benjamin Bock, and we thought that Timur probably mixed up something in the opening because he got into quite early trouble and started thinking. And we thought he might have just, mixed up the move order. But here it would be even more shocking to sort of forget to play H6. So I hope he knows what he's doing. But when I play on the black side of this, I'm with you. I'm always very worried about letting bishop G5 happen.
Because I think that is the pragmatic choice, right? If you're not totally sure, you want to make a move which pretty much eliminates bishop G5. But Radjabov, I think he is sure, and he is like trying to play out this position with a spare tempo. For example, let's say if white does something ridiculous like playing bishop E3 right away, then let's say after bishop E3, rook E3, black is simply not going to play H6 anymore because this is simply a waste of time, and he's going to do something else.
Yeah.
All right. So that's why I guess Anand is thinking. What is it thinking about? Because, for example, so we go back to the bishop G5 idea.
Yeah, he's thinking, did Timur forget to play H6? Can I second G5 here?
No, but maybe there's bishop G3. This is also quite an interesting approach. And there's some latest developments. I think one of the most poisonous variations for black, it was something like king H8, knight H7, or was it H5? So there's some major developments here. Maybe Vishy is just, trying to figure out. Yeah. He's trying to figure out, does he want to go there? Does he play, something very solid? Yeah, by the way, I think also there's this line. If you play immediately knight E2, black can play knight G4, attacking the pawn. You play something like rook E2, black plays king H8. You play H3, and there's a 5. This is also a very, very common idea for the position. Again, I tell you honestly, I'm not 100% sure is this the position. But the idea definitely exists, because if you take it, something is happening with the pawn on F2. So think along the lines of, let's say, I'm not sure where you even position the knight. Could be queen h4. Queen h4, f2 is under attack. G3, queen h2, very big threats. So maybe white is not going to take that. And I think the entire point of this was e takes an f6, knight h6. And if white goes very bold and try to protect the pawn, I think there were some piece sacrifices. So all of this can happen. And this is pretty sharp. So maybe Vishy is now pondering about all of this. And he's thinking, he just played 92, right?
He played, yeah. He
just played 92. Oh, wait, sorry?
No, he played h3.
He played h3 because I'm slightly confused. I don't have it. Just a second. A5 here. No, those are my lines. Where's the h3? I don't see.
You can maybe just refresh.
Yeah, I'll just refresh. I'll just refresh indeed. So no, he's not thinking. I don't have h3. Do you have h3? I don't.
Let me see.
Maybe that was just me. So I think he's choosing between these sharper lines. So Vishy has three choices. He has h3, unless he already has played h3. So my apologies about that then. Oh, h3
No,
is
I see h3, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. h3 is on the board. So I had a little lag there.
So h3 and
now he plays
h6.
6. So he does care about bishop g5 threat, right?
As he should.
He should, right? And after d4, a bishop a7. This is actually pretty interesting. Vishy immediately strikes in the center. And this is, Fiona, I think this is super, super tricky because it's quite odd for the Rai Lopez and Italian game positions. Even if white grabs the center, it doesn't give advantage, not always, because you are behind in development and the center can become vulnerable.
I have one question to you. I am shocked by Radjabov's time usage to spend, almost 17 minutes to get here. What do you think could be going on there?
Maybe he just tried to resist the urge of playing h6, right? you gather courage of something like, 5-10 minutes. No, listen, I'm going to play short cast. I'm not going to play h6. Vishy plays h3, and again, you're fighting the urge. Can I please try to avoid playing h6? Okay, but I'm going to play h6, right? So maybe that's what
each of these decisions took about 7 minutes to fight the urge.
I think so.
Then give in.
I don't know.
Are you surprised that Vishy didn't go bishop g5 when he had the chance?
Right. I sort of didn't get to finish my thought because the board was immediately updated with the new moves. So I think Vishy was choosing. He was choosing between this idea, position the bishop on g3, which maybe that position is with the rook on f1. I don't really remember, but h3 is another choice. And also, I'm pretty sure that he was trying to compare these ideas with knight e2, knight g4, king h8, f5, right? So he was just trying, get a feel. So d4 definitely, this is something that Vishy knows. And after bishop a7, now the question is, how is it going to continue? Because he might have a shot, something like knight x on e4. For example, let's say I cannot even play knight e2, the pawn on d4 is under attack. Oh my goodness. What do I do? What do I do here? Maybe bishop e3. Can I do that? Something might.
The question is, what about the pawn on e4?
Yeah, I was trying to make a very deep tactic here, which I have no way of telling if this is even working because now the bishop is threatening to take on a7, and the knight on e4 is hanging, and yet the bar says black is better. I have no idea why black is better here. Why is that?
I don't know.
Sacrifices? What's the big idea? I don't get it. Because after knight e7,
then we just take on a7.
You just take it. Yeah, this I understand, right? So there must be something very tactical, which I don't see.
So okay, let's have a look if knight takes f2.
No, this is not it. The bar is just laughing at us.
But only laughing a little bit, right?
A little bit. take it, and there's no follow-up, right? So we just have a piece.
Okay, let's go back. What
So
is
what
this
is it?
idea?
Must be
I'm
something.
really confused.
Well, also I'm slightly confused because I don't see immediately. Must be something very obvious. Not very obvious, apparently.
No. Shall we? I will cheat because
Ask for help? You'll cheat? Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I'm too curious. So bishop e3.
94,
Knight takes,
d5. And what black is
d5.
supposed to do here? Because, from afar,
So the
I would
answer
maybe just
is
discard this.
bishop takes e3,
All right.
rook takes, and now knight takes f2.
So
King
what is the big
takes,
difference?
And knight e7.
And black is cool.
Then black is cool.
How on earth is that?
But I mean, it's not a big advantage. I mean, it's very close to equality, but still, I mean, we're a piece down, right? For only two pawns.
But white has a piece, right? This is what I can count. 1, 2, 3. White has a piece.
Yeah.
Okay, that is weird. Maybe there's some very direct threats. Not super obvious. Not super obvious, Fiona.
Not obvious at all.
But I was actually looking not only about knight x on e4 because I think black, unless this is a known trap, I think black can very easily discard it. But I was looking at something like e takes on d4 first, and now maybe white doesn't have a good follow-up, although we can still try to make it work after c takes, something like knight e4, and again we have the same idea of d5. And now this is great.
Now it's great, yeah.
Huh. And if I go for the isolated pawn, I play d5, take, and something like, I don't know, knight c3. Which should be slightly better, right? Slightly? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I like it.
Yeah, although black looks pretty solid. Maybe something like this is going to happen in the game.
Could be, yeah. I mean, Vishy is still thinking. He hasn't gone bishop e3 yet. So his first proper thing of the game here. He's been thinking for 7 minutes already. Maybe once again, a good time for us to move on. Yeah. Let Vishy think about it and come back to this one. So we'll bring back the bird's eye view. See if Veselin, if Wang Hao has come out of the tank, but no, he's still thinking.
He's shocked. He is generally
so
shocked.
Crazy.
I mean,
how long has Wang Hao been thinking? He's been thinking for half an hour. How can you spend? I mean, I understand you can be surprised for a couple of minutes, but half an hour, you only have 2 hours for the full game. It's a bit too much, no?
Well, I don't know. Maybe let's try to.
Also, knight e2, it's not like the most, it's not like white is playing another, like a surprising move where you have to be worried about getting checkmated or something.
Maybe he's thinking about d5 because, this could solve his problems right away.
So let's bring up that board. Let's go to Wang Hao. So let's just show the moment why he's thinking. Let's just go from the beginning and show what happened.
I have no idea what Wang Hao is thinking about right now, but I think something like d5 might be a possibility. Of course, the bar is saying, what is this? What are you doing here? I just want to show the big point. After e takes, sometimes black does this counterattack, going after the pawn on d5, and also threat with bishop f5, going after the pawn on c2. So this is sort of a known trick, although not in this position, right? I recognize definitely this idea, and maybe the entire point is that after knight x on d5, black can either take on d5 or even try to recapture on e4. So this d5 maybe is so tempting for Wang Hao. He maybe is trying to make it work. Other choices, oh my goodness, Fiona, there's so many choices. You can play bishop c5, d6. You can play maybe bishop b4. You can play maybe in the Najdorf style to play h5 to meet white's knight g3 with h4. You can play maybe the classical.
He actually did finally make a move because I see, so bishop c5.
Let me again refresh the board. So bishop c5, all right.
After half an hour.
knight g3, d6, and knight a4. And Wesley just fires out from bazooka. I mean, knight a4 immediately. He's just like, listen, I know all of this. Wow, what a
So
prep.
what do I want to give a check on before? Because I guess I would like to keep the bishop, or at least to not exchange it against the knight, or what do you think?
Well, it's kind of difficult immediately to tell. I mean, I guess black is even not really mining a simple trade on c5. Let's just make some random on something like a short castle, right? So even this position, is it really so bad? Because white probably might be aiming for some long-term pressure. You know, I secure the b4, the d4 squares. There's a big hole on d5 that I want to exploit with my pieces. Maybe bishop g5, maybe bishop c4. Perhaps this is what Wang Hao will have to decide. And if he wants to keep the bishop, it's got to be bishop b4. So again, now the question to you, Fyodor, what do you play here? Is it c3 or is it bishop d2?
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Can I play something here?
Yeah, I was going to play c3. Of course, we always have to be worried that we be sure we don't blunder our knight on a4. The knight doesn't get trapped. But what's your plan here after?
I have no idea. I'm trying to play as weird as possible. I was thinking some sort of advancement. This is of course not necessary, but yeah. I had some funny ideas, like try to position a very weird version of the Marozzi. Okay, maybe not very great. So usually the pawn is supposed to stand on b3, but I just want to secure the square on d5 somehow.
I mean, at least you have succeeded at getting a very, very weird position on the board.
Right. I mean, it looks definitely interesting. Actually, you know what the bar says, b4, bishop c7, all of this is looking pretty normal. Maybe, you know, I don't know, maybe something like knight b2, or just continue weird chess like bishop d3, or I have no idea, really.
I mean, we'll see what Wang Hao, does he decide to save the bishop? Does he just leave it? Did he castle?
No, I think not. Let me double check it once again.
So he is still thinking.
He's thinking. Let's maybe go back to this position after half an hour, okay?
Yeah, let's do it. That's a good idea. Let's bring back for now the bird's eye view. There's only 2 games we haven't checked out yet. That's MVL against Wesley So and Magnus against Giri. But from the tournament position, I would like to start with MVL. But from the board position, let's go to Magnus against Giri and see what is happening in this King's Indian.
Right. So maybe once again we're going to start it from the very beginning. So it was King's Indian. As we already discussed earlier, it is quite a rare weapon. I mean, a rare event at the highest level. I mean, white here has a number of choices. I mean, oh my goodness, Fiona, are you a d4 e4 player?
E4.
E4, right. So there's so many setups. Yeah. There's the h3 setup. There's the bishop e3, bishop e2 setup. There's the bishop e2, bishop g5. There's the bayonet attack. There's f4. I mean, goodness, there's so many systems. And yet Anish is very brave. He goes for this. He's looking for a fight.
He really is. I mean, as you say, such a rare guest at the top level. And we've had a lot of moves, so we're going to try our best to catch up with the live position. What do you think the Anish's choice says? Do you think it says, I'm going to try and maybe get a position that I can play for the win here today? You just lost a tough game against Magnus yesterday. Let me try to, twist the knife.
I don't know what his mindset. Maybe it has nothing to do with the previous results, because from my own experience, sometimes you just have some new ideas. For example, you just have some recent studies in the new opening. You've been waiting for this opportunity to play it. And very often, at least for me, myself, I'm also a professional player, although I'm not playing at this level. You just get the feeling, right, before the game. It's like, okay, yeah, today I have this King's Indian feeling, right? I mean, feeling really artistic. I want to fight. I want to go for a very interesting, sharp battle of whatever's going to happen. I'm playing against Mamedyarov. He is going to accept my thrown gauntlet. But sometimes you wake up, you just, oh my goodness, my head is spinning. I cannot comprehend what is happening. So let me just, just play super solid chess. So I think mood is also quite important. How you're feeling that day, with which leg you stepped out of the bed.
That's very interesting, actually.
Right. So actually here after e5, of course, one of the common ideas is that black is pretty much never taking e5. Usually the idea is that, I think there was something like queen d8, rook d8, knight x on e5. This is pretty basic stuff. What was it? I think it was something like rook e8. Again, I'm not the big expert of this line, but black inevitably recaptures the pawn on e4, or at least gets a big compensation. So the c5 is not a blunder. Anish didn't blunder this. Short castle, e takes on d4. Again, not the only continuation. Black can play numerous ways. Take it, rook e8, apply pressure against the pawn. f3, c6. I mean, Anish just wants to destroy white immediately with e5.
Yeah. And how does white fight against it? Okay, white plays a prophylactic move, which makes a lot of... Yeah.
Why decided not to fight at all? It's like, I don't care. I mean, play your d5.
Go for it.
Go for it.
My guess.
Sure, let's do this. d5, c takes, e takes, c takes, and bishop g5. And this is actually a bit surprising because, I would expect that Shahryar himself is a very principled player who is not shying away from challenges. And he has confessed it many times in interviews that, boring chess is not for him. Yeah. And he tries to play for the win. And this feels a bit, very careful. A bit careful approach, bishop g5.
What would be a less careful move than bishop g5?
Oh, that's a very good question. I have no idea. I don't know, something more sharp. I don't know. Can I play here? I don't know. Can I play bishop g5? Probably not, right? Because after queen b6, I'll have some problems with the knight.
Yeah, I think king h8 made sense, right? To just step out of this diagonal because someday trouble might happen there. Right. And then after d5, I don't know.
Sometimes Fiona, white here plays something like c5. And then he claims the outpost on d4. So let's say if black is super careless, he plays something like this. Let me make a couple of ridiculous moves. Let's say this, bishop d7, clearly not the best moves. And white is trying to get a position with a good knight against the bad bishop. Try to trade some minor pieces like the bishop on g7, the knight on f6 for the knight on c3. And this is slow death for black, usually. The bishop on d7 has no future. But you see the bars saying, what is this, right? What are you doing there? So apparently this is not the case. Not here.
It's interesting, right? How those general wisdoms these days with the engines, it's like one little move maybe is different to some detail and it throws out the whole evaluation out of the window.
Right. Yeah, so bishop g5, I guess Shahryar is aiming for a slightly better development because d takes, bishop c4. Now you can see the benefits of having the king in h1 because it's not under any checks and black is behind in development.
I quite like, this is not crazy, but let's catch up with the live position. We only had a few more moves. I quite like what Shahryar has gotten out of the opening. Right.
So after knight x on c6, I assume that there was no capture on d5. There must be some tricks. For example, c takes on d5, probably. Obviously, black cannot take on d5 because the queen is pinned. Something has to be like this. Take. And I don't know what Anish was thinking here. Maybe it could be... Could it be something like knight e5 here? It doesn't work. I have no idea. I cannot calculate it so quickly. No, the bar says it's okay. The bar says it's fine. It's okay. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Because the queen is under attack and this queen is under attack. And if I take on d5, the bishop on e2 is under attack. So, I'm not a prophet. I cannot immediately jump in and say, hey, black is doing great here. This requires some 5-10 minutes calculation or prior knowledge. See you guys in 10 minutes. Right. But it looks very interesting because if Anish is not going to take on d5, what else, right? After c takes on d5. If he's not going to take on d4 and take on d5, he's just down a pawn. Yeah. So it has to be. And Shahriar took on c6, took on d5. Fiona, is the pawn on d5 strength or weakness?
I mean, I tend to think of them more as weaknesses. If I was playing black, for sure, I would think it was a weakness. Considering it's Anish playing with black and not me.
So it's a strength.
I don't know.
You know,
I find it, I mean, for me, this is one of the trickiest questions, like this isolated pawns. I really find it hard to understand when is it a strength, when is it a weakness.
You know, you just reminded me of a legendary Latvian chess coach, Zigorts Lanka, and he tells about the position from various perspectives. So let's imagine he has the same position from the white's perspective. He tells the white, oh, it's such a great position, right? You have this very nice pressure, the pawn on d5, you got the blocking on d4, and you're just doing great, you're almost winning. And then he tells the other student from the black color, no, you solved all the opening problems. I mean, the pawn on d5 is an outside pass pawn. I mean, very active play. So it really depends how do you perceive it.
Yeah. I mean, what is it for you? What do you think?
I like from white's perspective, I do believe that the pawn on d5 probably is going to become a liability for black. And after bishop b5, there you go. Suddenly black has to solve some problems. And after rook e6, bishop c4, now black needs to figure out, I mean, how do you protect the pawn? I guess bishop b7, or maybe there's something else.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the bar seems to say no problem, but from a just human perspective, it looks so annoying to be pinned along the d file, along this black diagonal. So bishop b7 makes a lot of sense, also to just defend, connect the queen and the rook.
Can I try to grab the pawn?
Yeah, I was wondering that as well.
Right. So let's take it, and you take it. And now my very big idea is probably very small, that after bishop b2, there's going to be rook b1, and you have some problems.
Yeah.
And if you're going to take on d5 at some point, I might take with a queen. Or with the bishop, you know, I'm not really sure. I mean, then if black is super careless, he just leaves so many things under attack.
Everything, all your pieces, basically.
Everything, yeah. So this is not how you do it. So, I mean, of course, it's much more complicated than this, but this is what Anish has to take into account. I mean, he has to figure out where to put the bishop. Maybe b7, maybe there's rook d6, maybe something like queen b6. I don't know. I would say bishop
You would say?
Yeah, I would say bishop b7.
Yeah. I mean, out of the moves, I think I also like bishop b7 best. Because it feels like also kind of it completes the development, just connects the work.
Right. Yeah, it completes development. Defends the pawn on d5. Very often black is just sacrificing the pawn. I mean, we already noticed this in some of the previous games, is that one of the sides doesn't care about the pawns. I think it was in today's game, Aryan is not going to care about his pawn on e4. And right.
We'll let Anish to figure this one out, and maybe we can go to the last game we have not seen yet, and that is MVL against Wesley So.
Can you guess the opening? Or you remember it, Fiona? What does it look to you immediately? It's like, oh, you have to guess. I mean, what opening was this?
I'm so bad at this game. You're putting me on this spot. Like, it's so bad because I'm so bad at the game, and I kind of feel like I saw the opening, but then I forgot.
No, I thought it's like a Petrov. I don't know. I mean, sometimes in Petrov, you get this isolated pawn on d45. No, it was something else. It was Rai Lopez, then it was the Berlin. Ah, yeah, it was the Berlin, right? I completely forgot.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
No, d4. No, wait, I'm here. Remember this immortal queen d4 idea? So,
yeah,
it happened.
Good
Knight
news.
e5. Yeah, this is not a blunder, obviously, dear viewers, right? So knight b5, knight c6. The black queen is lost due to the discovered check on the e5. So everything is cool. I mean, Maxime didn't blunder a piece. Bishop e7. Now the bishop is under attack. There's some interesting developments in this line. D4. Black sometimes plays also bishop f6 and knight f5 to play d5 next, which I believe also is okay. So knight e8 is, you know, Fiona, I don't get it really, because how do you play like this? I mean, look at this is move. Which move is it? Move 9. All of your pieces
on the back row.
On the back rank. I mean, none of the pieces are over the 7th rank, and black is yet equal.
Yeah.
How does it work?
This is a modern chess for you. It's crazy, right?
Just incredible, right? Yeah. So the knight goes usually either to f6 or sometimes g6, knight g7, and bishop goes to f6. So wow, it's quite incredible. So indeed, bishop f6, d5, queen d5. Right. So this is actually pretty interesting because Maxime voluntarily goes for the isolated queen pawn structure. So if you're wondering what is that, this is the pawn on d4. And again, I can't help but wonder. I have to ask this question. I mean, is this the pawn on d4? Is it a strength or is it a weakness? How do you feel?
Here I feel a bit better about it than in the previous game, because it feels like we have more piece play. It's a bit easier to defend and a bit harder to attack for black. No? Right.
So you like it?
I don't like it, but I don't hate it. I never like an isolated pawn, basically.
Oh, I had a feeling. I had a feeling you don't like the isolated pawn. Right. Right. I also don't like it.
Most of the time I hate it. Here I don't hate it. So there is that.
Right. Because we have these, you know, fears. Because, I mean, if you have been playing chess at a good level, you know that isolated queen's pawn structure is one of the huge topics of other million other topics, obviously. But white is voluntarily going for this position. Why? Because this is the only central pawn. So he tries to, you know, get some space, get better piece development, etc. But he creates a weakness and creates an outpost on d5. So the fear is that if we are not going to play active enough, the pawn on d4 in the long term is going to be a weakness.
And I think you touched exactly on one of the answers. If we don't play active enough, MVL is a very active player. You know, he's a great calculator, great tactician. So I think for him, I wouldn't want the isolated pawn, but I think for him, it's not a problem here.
Right.
He's probably happy.
And check this out. He did play d5. I guess he was not happy to allow black to play some blocking moves like c6, knight e7, and knight e5. For example, let's say I'm playing some standard moves, right? Rook c1, check. I make a window for the king, just in case, check. Knight c7, just in case, protect the pawn on a3. Black plays knight e5, and guess what? White is just worse.
Yeah.
You look at these pieces, and this is a nightmare. This is the long-term nightmare I was telling you about that white wants to avoid. All right,
Very
but of course, Maxime knows this. I mean, that's why he played e5. And I guess you cannot take on c3, right? Should be something bad.
Can I take on e6?
Take. Take. Oh, look at this, Fiona.
Very cute. E7 is such a nasty little move.
Nasty little pawn wins the rook. So white wins a piece like that. Very nice.
Yeah, so it's not a common tactic. So a nice motif to remember.
Right. But also, I mean, Wesley, of course, he's not going to miss this. No. And usually at a good level, it goes like this. I mean, your opponent plays d5. So the first thought is, listen, he's too good, right? I mean, he knows, obviously, what he's doing here. So what I'm missing here? Why cannot I take bishop takes on c3? So for Wesley, it took maybe something like 3 seconds to spot the trick of the pawn on e7. So, of course, he discarded it.
Yeah, and goes bishop f5.
Bishop
now we
f5.
Queen b3 makes a lot of sense, getting out the queen.
96 and rook c1. Yeah, so the position looks a bit equalish. So what did I predict there? I was saying that Maxime is going to win this, right? And you said
This was very bold.
very bold,
I
right?
almost never predict that Wesley is going to lose any game.
Yeah, maybe this is my inexperience, really.
Yeah. Live and learn.
Right. Right. So after rook c1, white has some pressure here on the c file. The pawn on d5 is not a problem at the moment.
Yeah.
So how do you play? I guess you could make a lot of normal moves like rook e8. You could play maybe a6 to protect the b5 square. These bishops, I like them. On f5 and f6, they're beautiful.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't think MVL really got much at all, if anything, out of this opening.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he got exactly nothing. After the opening, it's not much. And you look at the clock, and actually, wow, MVL is behind on the clock. Yeah. Have you seen this? Have you seen this before?
No, and 20 minutes, quite a lot after. I mean, we're just out of the opening. So no, this is definitely an opening success for Wesley So, who's, I mean, anyway, he's been playing a brilliant tournament. But yeah, MVL will have to try and show something here, because until now there isn't much. Artus, very soon we'll go on our first break, but I see BJH in the chat is saying 5 draws today. I'm certain this time. Yesterday I was certain that there were gonna be 5 draws. If we bring up the bird's eye view for 1 second, what do you think? How likely is it that we'll see 5 draws today?
No way. No way there's going to be 5 draws. I said it right now. You can mark it, my words. I said it. There's not going to be all the draws. Definitely there will be decisive results. Maybe about MVL's game against Wesley. So, well, maybe you're right. Maybe Maxime is not going to win this. It looks super solid. But I'm looking at the other games. For example, Arian's Tari games against Magnus Carlsen is a lot of pieces on the board. Anand's game against Timur Radjabov is only heating up, and Anand is trying to figure out what to do with the center, which he grabbed. Mamedyarov against Giri, that does kind of look drawish, because I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of swapping of pieces on f6, on d5, so we might see something peaceful. And then we have this very funny game of Topalov against Wang Hao. I have no idea what this is.
We will come back and see what this is after the break. So don't go anywhere. Round 7 here, only just getting started. We will see you in just a few minutes.
See you soon. And we are back live from Norway Chess live coverage. Today, your host is Women International Master Fiona Stahl-Antony, and I'm Gramster Arthur Nations. We are following round 7 of Norway Chess. Some really exciting action has started to happen. Also, I would like to mention that we are reading what you're saying in the chat. So if you have very interesting questions or insights, please don't hesitate. Ask them. I will try to answer them.
Also, if you have not so interesting questions, feel free to ask them anyway. And Arthur's, we had a look at all 5 games before the break, but it's been a while since we checked in with world champion Magnus Carlsen. He's playing his fellow countryman Aryan Tari. Shall we go back there?
Let's do that, absolutely, Fiona. So let's go back to the game. There's a couple of moves that have been played, and I think we left it. What was it? Bishop d2, short castle, rook b8, rook e1.
Sorry, just before we go to the moves, look at Magnus' time management. Magnus has been spending a lot of time on his opening moves.
Right, maybe he is feeling some pressure.
Yeah.
That he wants to get the most promising position after the opening, and probably, I mean, it has something to do with his ambition. He announced, what was it, a year or 2 years ago, I don't really remember, that he wants to get to 2,900, right?
Mm-hmm.
And right now his live rating is 2870, if I'm not super mistaken. Yeah. So he needs something like 30 points, easier said than done. And of course, he is playing against, in this super tournament against the lowest rated opponent, although with the black color, although it's his countryman, he wants to win the game, right? So they're definitely friends, they're teammates, but he wants to win the game. So maybe that's why he's spending so much time.
Let's see if he's gotten anything. So after rook e1.
Yeah, rook e8. Rook e8 was played, and look at this. I mean, this is just incredible. Aryan says, like, I don't care about the pawn in e4. You can have it.
Mm-hmm.
You can have it. I mean, he leaves some pressure because normally white takes on the e5. So e takes on the e5 and c takes on the e5. And then he tries to play either h3 or queen f3. So this is something else.
Mm-hmm.
h3, bishop e6, and another quiet move b3, just in case protecting the pawn on b2 should the bishop from b4 go away. I wonder what's his idea.
Aryan's idea after b3.
Aryan's idea. Maybe it's something like e5. Try to go for the pawn majority at the king side, but Fiona, I don't get it. I understand h3.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you play h3? Because, for example, e5, there could be knight g4. There's some counterattack. There's queen h4. This I get it. So you play h3, you're sort of hinting at an option to play e5.
Mm-hmm.
And black just ignores it. So which begs the question, why do you play e5?
Okay, so let's see. e5, the knight would have to drop back to d7.
Mm-hmm. Applying some pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I just want to find somehow good use of these bishops.
I mean, if this was a blitz game, I would play queen h5 in 1 second.
Yeah, and since this is a classical game, we are taught to think a lot, right? I mean, there's this thing as thinking, right? I mean, we're supposed to think.
Actually, I just realized that one problem I have is that after g6, queen h6, that the bishop can always come back to f8. So that's not so much fun.
Right, but this is actually a pretty nice idea. You have some very cheap tricks.
That's what I was playing for, of course.
They're unfortunately very easily discarded. Look at this. And now this is where the pawn is under attack. Wow. Is this really Aryan's idea? So he's thinking, oh my goodness. So he plays b3 and he's like thinking, whatever move Magnus is going to make, let's say, whatever, let me just think some random move, a5. He thinks, okay, now I'm going to play e5. After knight e7, now I'm going to play queen h5. And after g6, I'm going to play this queen h6. And after bishop f8, I'm going to play some cool move like queen f4. And my pawn on b2 is not under attack. What is this? Really?
Who knows? I mean, it would make sense, right? It might sound funny, but it would make sense. Also, very interesting bit of info given to us from I'm Homeless on Wi-Fi in the chat. After playing bishop e6, Magnus went to the confessional booth and he said that bishop e6 is so dumb that I hope it shocks Arian into starting to think about the position.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So he's literally, provoking his opponent. I guess Magnus realizes that what he has to push e5 at some point. I mean, this is like asking for it because, e takes on d5, c takes on d5. This is just not how you play this position anymore. And why I'm even mentioning the c5? Because you establish the pawn majority at a king side, right? So you have 4 pawns against 3. You have 2 bishops. You have the option to bring the queen into attack, rook e3, rook g3. There's so many opportunities. And Aryan just, he just chills. He just plays b3 and says, no, I have all the time in the world.
I quite like it actually, because, when we got to this position, you said, I wonder what is Aryan's plan, but I also wonder what is Magnus's plan.
That's a very good point, and also b3 is in general a good move for Arya that he's going to have to make it at some point later. But for Magnus, what kind of a useful move which is going to be good for you, you're going to make it? Because let's say I try to play d4, it's of course a very ridiculous move, because now I just help white to create this pawn majority at the king side. So this is probably not what Magnus is looking for.
Yep.
There's some weaknesses on c5. So pawn majority at the king side, dream position for white. All right. So what do? If you, let's say you take on c3, you take on e4. Now white is not even obliged to sacrifice the pawn because listen, hey, I can just take on e4, right? And now I just have it ruined your pawn structure for no good reason. This is not even a pawn sacrifice.
No, this definitely cannot be what Magnus is hoping for, but he has made a move, right? Because Aryan's clock is ticking.
Let me refresh the board. So after b3, he has played 97. Ooh, the bar is going up. It doesn't like that black is leaving his king side vulnerable. Well, I don't know, but now white might reconsider and go back with the e takes on d5 ideas, because 97 for this kind of position feels like a waste of time, because black never plays 97. So maybe the entire idea of this move 97, probably if Magnus would go to the professional booth, he would again say this is not a very good move, but he's just trying to get some clarity. And since the knight on f6 is under attack, against the immediate e5 threat, maybe he recognizes that e takes on d5, c takes on d5 is inclusion of 97 is not great, but at least he managed to consolidate his position a little bit. So now the big question is, what happens? Can I try to do something? The question is what?
Yeah. Somehow I'd love to get my queen.
And I go back, right? And queen h4. Yeah, but this is not much. And by the way, there might be even some d4 ideas at some point, and this bishop on d2 is not enough protected. Maybe knight e4. Yeah, I guess white is doing
It's getting messy.
Yeah, it's getting slightly messy. So also for Aryan, e takes on d5, of course, is not going to be an easy choice. So how does he continue to be playing smart? Because if you play e5, then black probably just change the order of the moves, and he can play, let's say, knight c5, eliminate this bishop on d3. And I think Magnus should be pretty happy about this position. There's some counterplay for him.
Yeah, e5 feels like maybe not the right.
But maybe e5 is normal.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, what else? Maybe you can play something like knight a4, stopping this knight c5, taking c5 under check. So let's say if this happens, then definitely black is starting to experience some issues with the queen's pawn. So think about moves like queen a5.
Yep.
And there's some problems. So probably after knight a4, Magnus wouldn't trade the bishops. He would play something like bishop d6 and try to do something there. So
Yeah, now the knight on a4 doesn't look great.
yeah, it's
Can
quite a
we?
tricky position.
Yeah, what if I go for a plan with rook c1 and c4? Is that ever an idea?
I was looking at that, right? I tried to figure out, can I do this like rook c1 immediately or c4 immediately? Yeah, maybe something like this, and play c4, or maybe can I try to play c4 right away? So the big idea is that if black once again is careless, I get some sort of a pawn majority at the king side. Although black is still pretty active. This knight on d7, the bishop on d6. Probably some queen h4 ideas. The knight on a4 is feeling weird. Right. I think this is probably a bit too early. Maybe something like rook c1. Actually, Fiona, I'm not sure about this knight a4 at all. It's just maybe not very good.
So what do you want to do?
What about
just
knight e2? Can I do this? Because the knight on c3 is not doing much. I can try to get the knight on g3. And again, black could play something like bishop d6.
And what if I jump into d4? Do I need to watch out for bishop e5?
Knight e4, now the pawn on c6 is under attack. Yeah, knight e4 is actually... Yeah, knight e4 is a very serious move. Fiona, I'll tell you honestly, my gut feeling is the strongest move for white is e takes on d5. But maybe Aryan is not ready to do this because look at all his last moves. He plays rook e1, he played bishop d2, rook e1, h3, b3. He's sort of preparing for the e5 push. And now after knight e7, he might have to adjust.
Yeah.
Right, try to do something else. So probably he is thinking between e5 and e takes on the e5, one of these two moves.
It's also an interesting moment in the game because I feel like his opening choice clearly indicates, he's happy to play a solid game, maybe something a bit dry. But suddenly Magnus has played these slightly weird moves in his own words. He wasn't happy with bishop e6 and now suddenly maybe, it starts at the back of your mind. You start thinking, is Magnus doing something weird here? Can I start pressing? And all these thoughts, I think, start coming into your mind. So it's an interesting moment. And I'm very curious to see which way he's going to go.
Right. So, yeah, there's a lot of pressure for Magnus. And also now the ball is in the court on the side of Aryan. I guess we have to switch another game because here I think if I was Aryan, I would be sitting here for, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe in 20, because this is a big moment. I mean, you need to understand where the game is going to head. E takes on d5 or e5. These are completely two different positions. So you want to invest some time.
Absolutely agreed. So we are back in the bird's eye view and just looking at the games here, what catches your attention?
I'm looking at Vishy's game, and I'm wondering if he is ever going to try to develop his queenside pieces.
Let's go there. Let's have a look.
I look at this position, and I can't help but wonder, what are you going to do with your knight on b1 and bishop on e3? Now, normally at a club level, we are taught, or in a chess club, we are taught, listen, the things you have to do in an opening, you develop your pieces, you fight for the center, you find a good plan, you execute it. Yeah. And then we're watching some super GM stuff games, right? So Anand plays d4, then he plays bishop b3, then he plays bishop c2, then he plays a3, right? Oh, this is great. So it's weird. It's really weird. I slightly don't understand the entire purpose of this move. Maybe he's toying with the ideas of play. What ideas is he toying here? I have no idea, Fiona, really. Why do you
I'm confused by everything. Also, I mean, Italian games just tend to confuse me, you know, because every time, sometimes it's very similar, but then this one feels quite different from what we usually see. I'm also confused by the time usage. Timo has spent a lot of time already to get here. I mean, we're only on move 12.
Right, and there's no increment before move 40, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, this sometimes gives you the wrong sense of safety, because you like, you know, you can invest a lot of time. Think about like Rishik, right? He invests incredible amount of time in the opening because he knows in the end of the tunnel there's light, right? There's the plus 30 seconds per move, so you can always find your way out of this. Not here. There is no increment before move 40, so you have the time what you have. So Timur maybe is having this wrong sense of safety, but although he already lost one game on time, I think it was the game against Wesley So, although the position was losing anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to see what is Vishy doing. What's A3 about? Is
You tell
A3,
me.
do you want to play B4, which looks strange?
You know, Fiona, I can't help but always remember this very famous quote, at least for me, it's very famous quote by Vishy himself, who once said it, I guess it was an interview, I don't care if it's weird, if it works, it works. So what about A3? Maybe it's a very specific idea, because it could be directed against E takes, C takes, and knight B4, preserving the bishop.
Point. That's a very good point, actually.
Right, but it costs time also, right?
Yeah, but on the other hand, what's Black going to do with that time, right?
That's a very good question. You know, White is playing move like A3, which is not developing a single move. And he's like, you can do anything to me, right? I'm doing great here. I'm stopping your ideas. I'm toying with a setup. I could play bishop E3 next. I could play perhaps some sort of a king's in an approach of D5, C4, knight C3, where actually A3 is a good addition to play B4. So maybe
I was wondering, could I play, if it was white to move, could I play knight D2, or do you just take the pawn on D4?
I'll just take the pawn on D4.
Yeah.
It's a free pawn, right?
Yeah, I was hoping that maybe I have something if I take.
Maybe you do. Maybe you do. So we can try to make it happen. Take stakes, knight f3, but there's nothing, right?
No, there's nothing.
Maybe some e5 push. You have this bishop on c2, but that's it.
Yeah.
Right. So you're gonna play knight e2, and if you play, for example, bishop e3, again you need to figure out all of these tricks. For example, the same e takes on d4. The pawn is under attack. Let's say even if you gather the courage for c takes on d4, there is knight b4, and that's why Anand is playing so advanced. But you know, I wouldn't have guessed, Fiona, that you play bishop e3, you play bishop c2, you play a3, and you're still doing great.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing, Artus, because the original Black Pepper is here in the chat, and he's saying, Artus, when he's commentating, develop your pieces, fight for the center. Artus on his stream, just play better.
Yeah, that is my trademark saying, patented. Yeah, just play better. Indeed,
I like it.
Yeah, I also like it. Thank you, Hello Pepper, by the way. So I guess Black cannot really do much. You mentioned this, Fiona, right? So A3 is like a super deep move. But you know, if I'm sitting from the Black's perspective, I have a feeling Anand is taunting me here, right? Yeah. He's just so behind development. Can I punish this guy here? And I'm looking from the Black's perspective. I know I'm ahead in development. Can I, you know, just do some damage here in the center? Can I play D5?
Okay, let's have a look.
Probably not. The bar says
no. The bar says no?
No,
let's figure out.
So take it.
Take.
And just take it, right?
Yeah.
And there's nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So D5.
So not very good.
Option.
Not an option. Okay, let me try another. So I'm going to take on D4. Take it, and I'm going to try to damage your center with D5. You're going to play E5, and I'm going to play knight E4. Sacrifice the pawn for whatever reason. I mean, if you're going to take it, I'm probably going to be a very happy person. Something like this. there could be some problems. Although I'm not really sure. There's rook f4, there's rook h4, there's some complications. But I mean, of course, white can simply play knight c3.
And just avoid all of this.
Right, and this is such a pawn majority on the king side. I mean, look at this pawn on e5. It's a monster. And there's
It's
queen
insane how big an advantage the bar actually gives here.
Yeah.
It's just gone like, whew.
Look at this poor guy on a7. He's just doing nothing.
Yeah.
So Timur cannot do any counter strikes in the center, apparently. So that's why a3 is so smart. Okay, so I guess we can do better.
I'm actually very happy with my Vishy win prediction here so far. With what I'm
did
seeing.
I predict, by the way?
Huh?
I predicted
A draw, I think, no?
yeah, unfortunately, yeah. So what if I play something like b5? Can I do this? b5, you know, queen b8, a very modern idea in the Italian, and play b4. Or maybe b5, a4, and knight a5, and try to punish you for the weekend last question. I love this move, by the way.
Okay, so let's see. I want to start doing something on the king side.
You know, imagine Vishy comes here and he plays a4.
One move after playing a3, yeah?
Because black just played b5, right? I think he plays a4. And then after b4, he plays another quiet move. Look at the bar. The bar says white is better. It's unbelievable, actually, you know? Wow. It's incredible. Okay, maybe not b5, but it looks interesting.
I mean, black's got to do something. Timur is down to almost 1 hour on the clock. Like, he has 1 hour and 7. He has only played 11 moves. He has 29 moves to make still. And that is a hell of a lot of moves.
Right. So, yeah, he is in a very, very deep think. You know, I myself not a player who likes to invest so much time in openings, meaning so much time. I imagine that most of the players like to think about a good time management, leave enough time for the decisive part of the game. But however, there's some players who really, really like to extract the absolute maximum after the opening. Again, the name of Grisha comes to my mind. And they just play like this, you know, they just try to figure out every single nuance about this position there is. And the clock is just tick-tock, clicking forward.
And shall we just leave Timur to it? Because I think he might be thinking a white longer here. While longer, this is not an easy position. So we'll bring back the bird's eye view and see what is happening. What's happening elsewhere? As we see that Aryan has captured on d5, by the way.
It felt like this is the right choice. You know, I cannot really explain it. Why? Maybe he was leaving this as an alternative option to take on d5 at some point. So with the knight on d7, it felt that black has made some small concession. But on the other hand, Magnus has slightly clarified the position. So he shouldn't be very unhappy unless there's some immediate tactics.
Yeah, agreed. And where do you want to go next? Should we check in with Mamedyarov, with MVL?
Yeah, I think we can check for the last time Mamedyarov's game against Giri, because I have a feeling a lot of pieces are going to fly very, very soon. Wait, what is this? It's a lot of trades, no?
So let's go back a few. Well, let's maybe just go back to where we left.
We left it after bishop c4, bishop b7, protected the pawn. Now, for whatever reason, Mamedyarov decided not to take on d5. I guess there was nothing. Queen a5 is a very logical move. Anish is developing a queen. Queen d2, rook e8, knight e5. I have a feeling this is leading to nowhere, but let's check it. Queen d2, knight x and f6 is an intermezzo check, and Maybe it's not so clear. So if I take on f6 with the bishop, I guess I take the bishop, right?
Yeah.
So you take it.
Mhm.
The rook on e6, by the way, is under attack. Do I play bishop b2? No, probably not. I play something active like rook e2. So you play bishop c3. And I could maybe take. I mean, this should be quite drawish normally because black is incredibly active on the second rank, but white still has a pawn, right?
So how do we do this? Do we go rook d8 and try and come in, or is there anything?
Yeah, that is very logical idea, but probably white is going to trade
Yeah, go rook here.
couple of rooks. And if we trade one pair of rooks and then we enter the second rank, it's probably not enough because white just needs to make a window for the king, either put the rook on e7 himself or just play rook c1 and roll forward the c pawn.
Yeah, so black needs to be careful there.
He does. Maybe, maybe I was slightly pessimistic about the possession because it felt that, usually I have an excuse really, because usually when at this level, something like 95 happens, there's a lot of trades, everything goes away and they shake hands, but maybe it's not so simple here. Bishop f6, bishop d2 is on the board. Right.
Bishop f6 also.
Yeah. Now the question is, how does black continue? I would expect that bishop takes on b2 is not good. At least I have bishop e6, bishop a1, and bishop f7, which probably is still quite drawish anyway.
Yeah.
So take on f7, take on a1, rook e2, yeah, looks drawish. But maybe there's something better like rook b1. And now there's some pieces coming for black. So most likely he's not going to do that. Yeah. So what do? Your rook is under attack. What do you do? Rook d6 or rook e2? Probably rook e2. So
rook e2 looks more active at least.
Yeah, rook and e2 looks very good. So bishop c3. By the way, I might not even have to take on c3. I could play something like king g7.
Maybe that makes sense.
The bar says it makes no sense. It's ridiculous. I mean, my big idea was that if white takes an f6, the pawn on b2 is under attack. Now, definitely you don't want to play something so slow as rook b1. Maybe with this idea of rook d8 and rook d2.
Yeah, still, I mean, it's easy for the bar to say, oh, this is just even, but over the board, I mean, it looks like there's still some small problems to solve for Anish.
To our excuse, I mean, we are immediately trying to fire out some of the ideas. Yeah. Maybe in the best scenario, we're thinking something like 10, 20 seconds, and sometimes you cannot just get the right feeling for the possession faster than 5 minutes. So if I would be sitting here for 5-10 minutes, try to figure out all the nuances, I'm pretty sure I'd also come up with some deeper ideas. Yeah. But bishop c3 looks good. Should be okay. And now I just need an active move here, Fiona. Which one is it? How do I get to this pawn?
Hey, what if you go rook e3?
Rook e8 to e3, right? And I play rook c1.
And I thought maybe now rook b2 and try to double on the second or something. Or rook d2. I don't know.
That makes a lot of sense. And I play here. I stop it.
I thought that here I can somehow, yeah.
Maybe rook d3, And I could go here. There are also some problems for black on the 7th rank. Could be. Wait, why is this a draw? Is it bishop f3? Why the engine saying it's a draw? Is this a draw? Doesn't look like a draw.
It doesn't look like a draw at all. How is this
No, no.
possible?
Doesn't look like a draw. Okay, I'm not sure about this idea, but definitely black wants to put the rook on the second rank. Let me check what Anish has done, and of course, rook e2 is on the board. So not so simple.
No.
Not so simple for Anish. Yeah, so I think he just sacrificed this pawn. This was not a blunder. At this level, these guys they don't
blunder like that.
Yeah, normally they don't blunder.
Yeah.
So I guess he figured out that knight x on d5 is not a big deal. That he needs to go for aggressive continuation. And Shahriar was like, hey, okay, I have nothing better anyway, so why don't I just take the pawn, right? Knight e5. And clearly Anish saw something here, and now he
must be confident that this is a draw somehow. So probably we'll just wait for Anish to show us, and we can go back to the bird's eye view and see what's happening elsewhere. Maybe MVL Wesley So some things are happening. Maybe we can go back there.
Emil's game, all right. What is happening is, whoa, how did the white knight get to c5? Hold your horses. How did this happen? I was thinking the white knight is never, ever going to make it on c5. So a6, knight a4. So the white knight is getting to c5. I think we left it before black played a6. And now the big question is, why don't you play b6 to stop this knight on c5? What is wrong with this move? Maybe rook c6. Double the rooks. Go after the pawn. Try to scare black with some sacrifices. Could be something like this.
Yeah, the rook looks very annoying on c6.
Right. So maybe this is the idea. And instead, Wesley responded with knight e4. And you know, this immediately raises an eyebrow because, I mean, the obvious question, what about f3? What about f3 here? So guess what Wesley did? He just went back.
That's crazy.
This makes no sense. So knight c5, queen c8. So I have to think, what did Wesley miss here? Because do you voluntarily give up two tempos just like that? You play knight e4 and play knight e6 and go queen c8. Something went wrong.
Something he must have missed. I don't know what. It's hard to say, right?
Maybe he was thinking something like b5. Maybe there's some tactics that maybe for some reason are not working out. F takes and b takes. Maybe this was his idea, but it looks risky. No, it just looks not.
This just doesn't look good for black.
Not good at all.
No, that
is strange. You know, I don't get it. Okay, a6, I understand that. A6, it protects against some knight b5 ideas, right? You're sort of concerned about that, and you play a6 just in case. After knight a4, I don't know what was the problem with b6. Knight e4, knight e6, it's not a move I would even consider at all. But, you know, okay, maybe I'm wrong. And maybe Wesley's like, he's seen all of this from afar. He's like, hey, chill, everything is okay. You know, I'm going to play b6. I'm going to push away your knight from c5. I'm going to play queen b7. I weakened your king, the king side. Everything is great.
I don't know. I don't believe it.
It looks weird, right?
Yeah.
It looks weird.
So has MVL made a move? No.
I think Maxime is just so surprised. I mean, how did he get this position? Because, you know, we were discussing this position. It's like, did Maxime get anything out of this position? The answer was no. There's no way. I mean, Wesley is too solid. And then suddenly after a couple of moves, the knight is on c5. And there's some problems for black.
Yeah, MVL must be, maybe he's just surprised, you know, that he's gotten anything here. But the question is also, okay, black has more or less given us to Tempe, but how do we take advantage of it? Like, how do we continue here?
Right. Okay, I mean, f3 doesn't add much to white's position. It does weaken the king. So let's say I just play some slow move like bishop f2, just in case. I open e file. I prepare knight e4. And now again, the ball is on the side of black's court. So how do you play it? Because b6, it might create more weaknesses.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I mean, on one hand, I would like, oh, Amviela's just gone a bit more active, bishop f4.
Right. Or maybe bishop f4. So here, right?
Yeah, that's what he's done.
That's what he did. Okay.
Yeah. So bishop f4 is on the board.
It does allow some checks on d4 though.
Is that a problem?
I have no idea. But I see a check. I have to evaluate it. So let's
have a look. If bishop d4, king h1.
Check. Let's say I'm so annoyed of this knight when I say go away. So I take on c5, rook takes on c5, and now I go back queen d7. This should be pretty great for white, right? Because I have some very serious pressure here.
Yeah, I would not want to be black here.
Looks a bit unpleasant.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe bishop d4 check is not very good. I mean, at least not taking on c5. So what do I do here? If I'm Wesley, maybe rook e8? Can I do that?
Rook e8. And if I take, you'll take with the knight?
I take what, on e8?
Yeah.
If I take with the knight, the pawn on b7.
I know, then I take b7, yeah, of course.
Take with the queen?
Yeah. But what if I take on b7 anyway?
Yeah, that is a very good point. That is a very good point. And you know, all of this is balancing that black is not going to have any compensation because there's also rook takes on c7. The bishop is targeting the knight on d6. Okay, maybe not very good. Okay, but what do you do? What do you do? You're Wesley. What do you do, Fiona? If you're Wesley, what do you do here? Picture yourself in the mind of a super grandmaster. What's your thought process here?
I would say I play h6 and show me what you want to do. No, I don't know. I need to find an idea, right? What if I go rook d8? The problem is this stupid rook on a8. How do I get that into the game?
Can you castle with the queen? No?
Would be nice.
Would be nice, right? Rook d8.
Yeah.
Make an exception.
Yeah.
Once in a game. Yeah, probably not. Okay, so let's try rook d8. The idea is protect the knight on d6, which is probably something we have to consider. Let's say I take on d6. And now after c takes on d6, I
will never take with the pawn. Never.
Okay. But then your pawn on 7 is under attack, you know. There could be some issues.
But your pawn on d5 also?
No, it's protected now.
Oh, it's protected, yeah.
And I had a very big, beautiful idea here. I'm going to take on b6. I'm going to take on c8. You're going to take on c8 because of with the bishop, because of the back rank mate. And after rook c6, I play knight e6 and I smile wide.
Very nice. Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe rook d8 is not so great.
No.
Okay, I guess I need to. I mean, I'm sitting from the black's perspective, and I see this annoying knight on c5, and my only thought process here is it needs to go away. It needs to go away. So what do I do? Can I play
b6?
Yeah, b6. And if I just take it, I'm playing knight e6. That's an exchange, right?
Yeah.
Because
I could also take the pawn on a6 if I want to keep the knight, right? I could take on a6, maybe come back to b4, jump into c6, might also be annoying. Although the bar is not convinced.
No, I think the bar just sees exchange and the bar takes the exchange. It's so simple. Yeah, but even the pawn on a6 might be taken at some point, so b6 also is not going to cut it for Wesley. So what is it? What is it supposed to do? And what was his big idea here after bishop f4? Wait, what?
No, I don't think that's...
He didn't play bishop b4,
No.
did he? No,
No.
no bishop b4. I mean,
I don't think, I mean, I would be shocked if he had an idea behind going knight e4 and back to e6. Like, I think something went wrong. I don't know what went wrong, but I don't think that this was his plan.
so what was it? So what was it? Did he really intend to play b5? And then suddenly he had, I don't know, was calculating 10 moves ahead. He decided it's very close to losing. He cannot do that. And then he went back. This never happens at this level.
I mean,
Or
could he
maybe
just have kind of missed f3? I don't know. It's really hard to
You
say.
cannot miss f3 because you put the knight on e4. The knight is just, asking to be pushed away, and it takes
Yeah.
care of the c5 square. So f3 is as natural as it gets. It's
Yeah.
your first move you're expecting. And I think this is also one thing which at this level, it goes without saying that you're expecting something from your opponent always. So you play knight e4, you're expecting something from your opponent. Now the question is, what did you
Mm.
expect?
Yeah.
All
I
right.
have no answer to your question.
Me neither. I'm just surprised.
I know. Okay, I don't know. I suggest that once again we just leave Wesley to his position.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah,
let's move
something's
on
gone
to
wrong here.
to the bird's eye view. You see that Vishy has developed the bishop on e3, so there's some progress.
Mhm.
And in the meantime, Radjabov is making regress, put the knight on h7. Okay, this is very interesting. So maybe we have to go back to the strange game of Topalov against Wang Hao, because we left
Sure.
it after the opening, right? This
Yeah.
awkwardness, which started with 92, and Wang Hao was like, what is this? Because he was sitting on the board something like half an hour trying to figure out what to do on move 6. He didn't have a clue. So he played bishop c5, d6, knight a4, and this is where we left it.
Mhm.
Okay, this is what I was suggesting. Remember my brilliant idea of b5?
Yes.
It didn't happen. So some normal moves happen though. a6, yeah. So I imagine that Wang Hao was not sure at some point, maybe, b5 could be an idea, pushed away the knight from c6, which kind of mirrors to the game of Anand against Radjabov, right? This h6 move. You're just resisting the urge not to play it. I mean, okay, but I'm going to play. I'm going to play it. Just in case, make sure there's no b5. h6, yeah. h3, useful moves for all of the sides. Wow.
Queen c1.
Queen c1. Fiona, what do you think about this move? Is there really a threat of take on h6?
It's hard to believe, right?
Yeah, there's literally no pieces attacking. Very deep.
Yeah.
Maybe his idea is to free the d1 square for the
For
knight.
the rook.
Rook, yeah, so that there's knight c5. Which is sometimes an idea in another.
Yeah, I think that makes more sense. And, sometimes you can worry your opponents a little bit. They just have to spend some time considering, is there something going on h6?
Now I understand that. Listen, Fiona, now I understand why he did this. He played queen c1, also with the idea that after b5, knight b2, there's no d5. I assume there's no d5. Now there's rook d1. Now
Very
this,
nice.
for some reason, is great for white, and the bar says, no, it's not. Yeah, by the way, black has enough pieces protecting the pawn on d5. Or maybe not queen e7, but let's put something like queen c8. So you scare me with the threat of bishop h6. I'm going to scare you with the threat of bishop h3.
I'm not scared.
You're not scared.
No.
Probably you're right. Take. Can I play a mortal game here? And now there are some ideas.
But didn't it make some more sense to take on h6 first and hit the knight on f6?
Where?
Like instead of taking on d5, what if I
Oh, you
take?
mean right away?
Yeah.
Oh, so take it. Now that the queen is gone from the king side, not protecting the knight, we
Yeah.
get to deliver a very cute mate.
Mm-hmm.
That is nice. That is nice. So what do you do after rook d1? So you need to keep an eye on this threat of bishop h6. And that was pretty smart. You know, I started to like it, Fiona. I was wondering, what is this weirdness?
Yeah.
But queen c1 with the idea to, at the same time, protect against d5, prepare rook d1, toy with the ideas of bishop h6.
Mm-hmm.
So this is really advanced stuff. And that's why after b5, knight b2, Wang Hao didn't play d5. He played bishop b6, trying to trade away this annoying bishop.
By the way, I'm so concerned for Wang Hao's time. Yesterday, was it yesterday? No, 2 days ago, he blundered a full piece against Tari just because he had no time in the end. And today, once again, 49 minutes, and he still had, I mean, it's only move 17, so he's 24 moves to make. He's already down to only 2 minutes per move, and it's not an easy position.
It's not, definitely right. And yesterday there was this insane blunder. I mean, I felt so sorry for him.
Yeah.
He was playing a wonderful game, which probably extracted of him all of his time. And then in the critical moment, he didn't have time. But again, it just brings back the question, Fiona, about the time management, right? I mean, this is why you have to allocate your time properly.
Yeah.
I mean, not spend too much time for the openings, not spend too much time for the critical moments, make easy decisions at the right times. It's actually an art, right? I mean, understand.
It really is an art. And I mean, you know it as well, of course, when we're in the commentary seat, it's so easy to say this, but when you're at the board, it's so hard to actually do.
But there's a lot of factors involving your performance. For example, there's the yesterday's game, there's the mood, this is how you sleep, maybe the previous score against the opponent, he's not just not matching your style. There's something which just not allowing you to play your best chess. So a lot of factors are influencing how you're playing. So yeah, sometimes you just sit and think like there's no tomorrow, right? Yeah. So yeah, this can happen.
Yeah.
And a4 is on the board, by the way.
a4 is on the board. Okay.
So the pawn on b5 is a weakness, and Veslin's like, "Hey, I'm gonna take this pawn on b5. What are you gonna do about it?"
Yeah, I quite like actually White's position in quite a few of our games today. Maybe it isn't much, but I feel like White is pressing, and especially with a small edge on the board, an edge on the clock. I think White is pressing today.
Can I try to liquidate this? Yeah, so bishop e3 is on the board, queen e3, and I have a feeling it's now or never. Now or never. Can I play d5?
Okay.
And the idea is, but which we missed before, after rook d1, there's d4. So black is not supposed to even protect the pawn on d5. Now I just figured this out. So let's say
So
white
if I
takes
take
it.
on, I wanted to try taking on b5, but I don't know if that's.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. And I had a very ridiculous idea here. I wanted to play d4. It's a ridiculous idea, I guess. So c takes, knight e4. I tried to make a very big point of knight c2, which is very easily discarded with rook a6. Yeah, not very good. So I tried to make some tactics work here. And if I just take it, you're gonna just snatch my pawn just like that.
I will, yeah. Why not?
Yeah, it's a free pawn. Doesn't look very good, by the way, for black. So queen e3, I think this is to be expected. And if d5 doesn't work, the pawn on b5 is weak. What do you do?
What if I take on a4?
So you take on a4. I'm
not happy about it though.
I can feel that, yeah. Oh, this is a problem child here on a6.
Okay, what if I go a5? You'll go b5, yeah.
And
or
you
even
would
rook
love to
a1.
move these squares with the knights, right?
Yeah, no, this is not fun.
This is too weak, too slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not working. Okay, so by the way, Wesley is thinking, right? He's thinking about his choices he did not take with the queen yet, and this actually surprised me. Is he really considering the f takes on e3? Really?
We don't know, of course. He could be away from the board. We never know, but I mean, f takes, I would be surprised.
Yeah, it kind of makes no sense in this position, although it opens the rook. But are you going to sacrifice rook at f6? Probably
I mean,
not.
we don't have a dark squared bishop anymore. The queen diagonal looking at h6 is closed. So yeah, I don't believe.
Yeah, so queen h3 should be played pretty fast. But look at the clock. I mean, Wesley has 1 hour and 24 minutes. Maybe he's just, I don't know, walking somewhere very far away. How far can you walk actually in the tournament hall? I think you're confined in the playing hall.
This here is a new playing hall, so I haven't been there, but no, maybe he's on the toilet. What do we know? Let's not speculate on his whereabouts. I'm sure he will be back soon and recapture with the queen on e3.
I think Wesley is just walking. There's no way he's considering queen takes on e3. I mean, f takes on e3 or queen takes on e3. He's just
away from the board. He'll be back soon.
He'll be back.
No, and I think Wesley in his position is promising. You know, the time advantage is promising. So, what's there not to like?
Yeah, it looks okay. It looks okay for him. He pretty much invented a new idea. You know, I don't know, maybe somebody played this weird idea of knight d to e2. Usually stuff like this, once again, we go back to the opening phase. This is just for one game. I don't think this is a groundbreaking concept, which is gonna revolutionize the Sveshnikov variation. It's just for one game, try to play something interesting, try to surprise the opponent. And it worked because it immediately extracted from his opponent half an hour.
1/4 of the allocated time. It's so crazy.
Yeah, that was a bit too much, to be honest. I felt, but so this is what I have. Do we move on?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest maybe we go to the bird's eye view and you give a quick assessment on every position, and maybe after that we go for a short break before we come back for the third hour.
All right. So one of the central games of the round, Ari and Tari against Magnus Carlsen. White appears to be slightly better, but I'm not sure if that means anything at all, because now the position has normalized for the world champion. There's no direct attack at the king side. Black got pretty much complex fight that he was looking for. And I'm not sure how this game is going to finish yet. So obviously I see the bar is slightly in favor for white. To be honest, I think black is doing okay. So with all of this ridiculous bishop e6 idea, which Magnus was torturing himself in the confessional booth during the game, that's ridiculous move. It still worked, I think. So in general, he should be happy. Aryan also has no reasons to be not very happy. MVL against Wesley So. This is the game I don't get it at all. So we discussed this, 94, 96. I wonder what Wesley would say about his reasoning. Really curious. In the meantime, Anand's game against Radjabov, Anand still is not going to develop his queens and pieces. There's something happening, which
although the bishop has come out to e3 at least.
Yeah, so the bishop went to e3, but notice the last by bishop. It went bishop c4, bishop b3, bishop c2. Now it's back to a4. And the knight on b1 is still there on b1. Somehow the black knight decided to regress to h7. Okay, it's slightly strange. Mamedyarov's game against Anish Giri. White appears to be slightly pressing. Black has seemingly good enough compensation. I wouldn't be surprised that this is going to finish in a draw, but I think that Giri still needs to make some accurate moves. So this rook on e2 sort of gives me the impression that black should be somehow drawing this, but a pawn is a pawn.
That is very true. A pawn is a pawn. And finally, the last game, we just came from there. So not much to say. Veselin Topalov against Wang Hao. Veselin still hasn't recaptured on e3, interestingly.
He's on a very long walk, is he now, right? I mean, where is he? Because are you really considering here to play f takes on e3? I don't think so. So what are you thinking here? So only explanation is he's looking at some local Norwegian art, I don't know, on the walls.
I think they are playing in a bank, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe he's found something of interest there.
He found something interesting there, so he's not at the board. That would be my absolute best guess. So Queen e3 is to be expected, and probably now we can safely make our short break to be back shortly and with more action to follow.
See you guys soon.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. What's the world's best players, including names like Alireza Firouzja, Fabiana Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and more players. The winner will get their chance to face the world champion Magnus Carlsen for the world championship title. The exclusive video feed will be right here on chess.com.
Very exciting tournament on the horizon. And Artur, since we haven't commentated on this event before, let me ask you, who's your pick for the Candidates Tournament? Who do you think will win?
Well, I don't know. I have a feeling that we have to get Alireza to play for the World Championship match. Otherwise, Magnus has made some remarks that he might not play the World Championship match if it's not somebody from the youngest generation. But on the serious side, I would like it to be Firouzja, because I have a feeling if somebody can seriously challenge Magnus for the championship, it's got to be somebody of a genius at his level. I have a feeling it's Firouzja. What do you think, Fiona?
My prediction is that it's going to be someone who has played in the candidates before. I think it's not going to be one of the candidates newcomers like Alireza, because my feeling is it's just a tournament when you play it for the first time. Like, it's so different to any other event. The pressure, the nerves, the format. So I was thinking Fabi or Ding were my picks.
Right.
But
yeah.
I would be very excited, of course, to see Alireza win it.
I mean, those are my three top picks. I mean, Alireza, Fabi, and Ding. I'm just not sure who is going to be.
They are, of course, the three favorites. Ines is asking, when does the candidate tournament start? The first round is on June 17th, so 10 days from now.
Right.
Meanwhile, let's get back to round 7 of Norway Chess. We see all 5 games here, and actually, the only game where the bar has started moving a little bit is the MVL game, where we were very confused as to what Wesley was doing. Wesley's actually gone for my move rook d8, which is not a good sign.
I think that was a solo effort of Wesley to move the bar, really, because I didn't understand it's 94-96. No. All Maxime did is put the knight on c5, which he probably was very surprised to see. Right, and now what? So do we go to this game, or we do a recap, maybe first see what's happening on other boards?
Up to you. I'll leave it up to you. Just to answer Johnny's question. So the candidate starts on the 16th, but that is the opening ceremony. So the first round is on the 17th.
Right. So that is very, very shortly happening. And the only player who is right now directly going to the candidates tournament, I imagine, not going for home, but immediately to the candidates, it's Timur Radjabov, because the other player, Rikard Rapport, he withdrew from the Norway Chess tournament at the last minute, and he was replaced by Tari.
Maybe some of them will be going as seconds. What do you think?
That's a fair chance. Yeah, I think usually, I'm not really sure about the candidates, probably it is so, but at the World Championship title, I guess pretty much everybody is helping everybody, right? So,
yeah.
All of the
actually, I say it more joke because I can picture, actually, the more I look at everyone, unless, there's maybe Mamedyarov will go with Radjabov. This is the only one that I could
very
picture.
Safe bet. Right.
We will see. Usually at the candidates, we kind of get a glimpse at the second. Oh, we just got rated by chess.com. Welcome everyone who is coming over from the I Am Not a GM match between Danny Ranch, and congrats to Danny for making it through, and Bibisara Asabayeva. So welcome. My name is Fiona. I'm with Artur Nekshans, and we are looking at round 7 of Norway Chess, and we were just about to do a deeper dive. So you guys are coming in at the right time. And Artur, I'll let you decide where to jump in.
Right, but before I continue, how did the match finish?
Danny won. Danny crushed it.
Oh, well, congratulations. Congratulations and welcome everybody. We have been having a lot of fun so far, and hopefully you're going to stick with us. So we are right now doing an overview of all the games. Some of them make sense, some of them don't really make sense. Wesley is in trouble, as we already discussed. He made a couple of strange moves, this 94, 96, essentially allowing Maxime to land the knight on c5. And now Wesley is struggling. Anand's game is also a bit strange because we're discussing with Fiona before, very deep idea of a lot of slow maneuvers, bishop c4, b3, c2, a4, you name it. In the game of Mamedyarov against Anish Giri, it looks like white still has a pawn, in my grandmaster's opinion, right? That looks like a free pawn on c3. So Anish is trying to make a draw. And in the meantime, Topalov's game against Wang Hao, Topalov did take with the queen on e3, but he played something else, which we didn't discuss, which is f4.
Very interesting. So where would you like to go back to?
So maybe let's go once again back to the world champions game. And so we left it, I think it was about here, when Magnus played g6. I was saying that probably black is doing pretty much fine. Arian decided to play knight b1, offered to trade the bishops, take it, and queen g5. Now this is the current position. I mean, I like white's position.
Yeah, I agree. I think Magnus can really not be happy because at the very least he would like something that's unclear, but this feels like white has a little edge and there's not too many complications on the horizon.
At the moment, it feels a bit one-sided. Yeah. Why is this? Because all of the white's pieces are at the king side. I mean, look at white's pieces here. So the rook on e1, e2, bishop on d3, knight on d2, queen on f3. Let's add the pawn on h3 as a bonus. Everything looking towards the black king. At the same time, what is black doing here? So the knight on c5 is pretty active piece. The bishop on e6, as Magnus said himself before, he was not happy with his move in the confessional booth. Queen side is pretty much irrelevant because whatever you do there, a5, a4, I mean, white is going to ignore it. And white's game is very simple. I mean, bother the black king. So I would be thinking about most like a knight f1, knight f1, knight g3, rook e5, h4. Many easy moves.
Yeah. Yeah, and meanwhile, it's not so easy for Magnus to come up with an active plan here. How do you create something, some imbalance? It's not easy because white's position, everything is just well coordinated, well defended. So not easy to, you know, just create a weakness or do something.
I think Magnus wants to trade queens. And maybe this queen g5 is also like an active move, but at the same time, it's bringing the black queen closer for the favorable trade. So let's say white is concerned for whatever reason. Let's say he decides, I don't want to have the queens on the board. He plays queen g3. I don't think this is good. Why is this? Because after the queen trade, white loses pretty much his major target, which is the king side attack. And now black can indeed focus on this queen side attack with a5, a4, try to create some weaknesses, right? So I think after something like queen g7, king g7, white is definitely not going to trade queens. Let's imagine there could be moves like rook e5, queen f6. If I was Arian, I'm thinking I want to keep the queens on the board.
Yeah,
so I would play here, and try to scare the world champion.
I like this. I mean, I completely agree with you that I think Arian should keep the queens on the board. But I think he also realizes that himself. I would be shocked if he went for a queen trade here. So maybe we can move on from that game and just conclude that Arian has a pleasant position for now. Time is very even, so still a long game ahead here between the two players. And maybe we go to Vishy and Radjabov.
Yeah. So if you just joined the broadcast recently, you come from the chess.com raid. I mean, what was this weirdness I was telling you about? So we had a lot of fun with Fiona here. So, I mean, after d4, bishop a7, white played bishop e3, which is a very slow move. Then there was bishop c2, protect the pawn on e4. Then there was a3, which apparently is an idea to meet e takes, c takes, knight b4. And after knight h7, bishop e3, the white bishop once again went out to a4. So that's why I said it's slightly strange, but I guess it's fine. And now knight g5 is on the board.
Okay, so knight g5. The first question, of course, is do we want to take that knight?
That's a very good question. You know, the first thing which comes to my mind, Fiona, isn't the pawn on g5 about to become a weakness? So I want to test it. I want to test it. Can I do that? I'm going to take it. And now I need to find a proper way to challenge this pawn. How do I do that?
Queen h5 seems like the obvious.
Yeah, but there's something on the e4 hanging.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think we
And
first
if I take on g5 with the bishop.
I guess even queen g6 is okay.
Yeah.
Could not be so terrible. So you trade the queens, take it. There's some double pawns, but black is pretty active.
Yeah, no,
Maybe there's something better, but this looks pretty playable. So how do we improve the threat? Can we
What if I go d5 first and then queen h5?
That is a very good
But then
idea.
you exchange the dark squared bishops and I lose my pressure.
Right. So I take with the rook.
Yeah.
You play knight b8. And I could probably take on d7. And can actually black protect this pawn? Maybe he can. Something like queen e7 and f6. But again, this feels pretty nice position for white.
I agree.
Yeah, it's very one-sided. Again, this king set attack. So think about easy moves like knight e2, maybe queen h5, maybe h4. There's some attack, you know. So I like it.
Yeah.
By the way, I think this is on the board. Let me double check it. Yeah, knight g5, h6 on g5. For Anand, this is piece of cake. He took on g5 immediately. Very fast.
d4 pawn is saying b4 is the best move in pretty much every position. Just play it. What do you think about b4 here?
b4? Here?
Yeah. I mean, in pretty much every position.
But probably this is not going to be the position. I don't know. I mean, okay, I take on b4. Wait, are there some tricks? Why the bar is saying this is actually good? I have no idea. Okay. The bar doesn't like it. I'm going to trust it. So I'm going to take on d4.
Okay.
And just snatch the pawn on e4. You are claiming some sort of a compensation here, right?
I'm not claiming anything. d4 pawn is claiming.
Well, b4 here, I'm not sure about this move.
I also don't know if it was maybe it was a joke.
Yeah, maybe. I think actually d5 looks pretty normal.
Yeah, I agree.
Unless, of course, Vishy has some other ideas, like knight e2, but it drops the pawn. Now I'm pretty sure we are going to see d5. This should be, for Anand, easy. So d5, you have to take it. We want to take with the rook, not to double the pawns. Knight b8 is pretty much the only move. Okay, here I'm not so sure if you want to take on d7 right away, because maybe black is going to want to take on a4 himself. So I could just play something like knight e2.
And what if can I not decide to keep the bishop altogether, drop back to c2? Or do I want to swap those bishops?
You really care about this bishop. No, Fiona, I think the limit of the moves is already pretty much finished. Remember, here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, but all that hard work, you know, gotta keep the bishop alive after all this effort.
You know what's the most saddest part? The engine says it's actually a great move. It's just incredible. I don't understand bishop c2. Maybe the big idea is that it sort of looks towards this f5, keeps more pieces on the board.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. My feeling was that maybe it's a bit better than the black bishop on d7. Also, the black bishop on d7 stops the knight from coming to d7. That was my thinking.
Well, all I see is the bishop is staring at the pawn on e4, really.
Yeah, give it some time.
I
My
know
plan is to bring it to D1
in
someday.
the future, yes,
Someday in the future.
someday in a galaxy far, far away, the bishop on c2 is going to become one of the most powerful pieces.
Exactly.
I get it. I get it. Well, there's some decent logic. I don't argue. All right. So let me again refresh the board. D5 is on the board, by the way. And knight b8.
And now the big moment.
He didn't take on e3. That's interesting, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't take it. I thought that's automatic. No, it's not automatic.
So now do we take on a7, or do we go bishop c2, or do we go knight d2? So many options.
Yeah, knight e2 is an option, definitely. It looks very logical because, listen, Vishy, this is move 16. Your knight is still standing here on b1, right? It needs to be developed. I guess knight e2. Unless you want to play something like c4, knight c3.
Which is also interesting.
Yeah, it's also interesting. Go for some kings, queens out of salt. C4, knight c3, b4. But then again, you're playing against Radjabov, right? I mean, who is one of the world's leading experts in the king's Indian possessions.
True.
I would just play knight e2, you know, either take on a7, because if I take on a7, let me just maybe make it. Now, the rook on a7 is weird.
Let me ask you one thing. What if I take on d7?
All right.
And go queen h5.
So you want to get this pawn. So I'm going to take it.
Yeah, rook takes.
And probably something active like knight c5. Makes sense.
Can I go rook f3 here?
Rook f3 and I play queen e7.
And
You're checkmating me there, right?
Knight d2? No, I just want to kick you away for now.
You have no checkmate ideas there, right?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah. Yeah.
But ideally, I would like to provoke you into playing f6 someday.
So
and then
F6,
maybe I can go h4.
And I take it.
Opening some lines. I guess I take.
Oh, this looks very good. Put the knight on g3, knight on f5. Ooh. This could be unpleasant. This could be unpleasant for Timur. Right, so I guess it's all about order the moves really here.
Yeah.
So after knight b8, I think bishop a7 is already played and c4 is played. Huh.
Okay, interesting.
That is interesting. That is interesting. So Vishy is like not gonna focus on the king side attack, and he's instead going for classical space advantage. Knight c3, maybe b4 ideas. I like
is that bishop, that hardworking bishop, finally gonna come off the board? What do you think? Will Radjabov take it?
Does he have a choice, really? What do you do here? If you're Radjabov, what do you do?
I mean, I would take it and get the knight to d7.
Maybe play something like queen e7.
I can't do that. What am I saying?
What do you want to do?
I was saying that I wanted to take and get the knight to a7, and then I realized that would hang my knight.
Yeah, so bishop takes, queen takes. And there's some issues.
Yeah.
With the rook, and the knight on d7 cannot be played. But maybe you can play something like, you know, queen e7, because the queen on f6 is wrongly positioned.
Yeah.
At least I can't help but feel like that. I protect the d7 square.
Does it make sense to take first on a4 and then go queen e7?
Yeah, probably. So take it, queen e7, knight c3. Now you're gonna play knight d7, but wait, can you play though? Knight d7, knight b5. I have knight c5. So I go away. You go, I don't know where. I'm gonna push b4. We do some trades. White is pushing. White is definitely pushing. I'm not sure about
Yeah.
how accurate are these moves, but they make sense.
Yeah.
So, okay, maybe black is not obliged to take on b4, right? He can play... yeah, but what do you play? The pawn on c7 is under attack.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? I have no good square to retreat to with my knight.
Okay, maybe rook a6 was not very good. So queen goes here. Rook a8. Something like b4. Well, let's say knight a6. Or takes, and then knight a6.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is better definitely for white. The knight on a6 is shut off from the game. Yep, we might see something like this.
Mm-hmm. Sunshine in the chat is asking, did Vishy play c4 to put the knight on c3? It very much looks like it.
Yeah.
Very much looks like it. I think the knight will come to c3. Okay, let's come back here in a little bit. Maybe we can switch to MVL. And
Okay.
see, is MVL making progress here?
There's only regress. Not much has changed. Once again, we left it here, right? We didn't understand it. So what was the idea of knight e4?
Just 1 second, we'll just bring up the board so we can catch
Oh,
up.
yeah. So Wesley played something like an hour ago or half an hour ago, knight e4 with the idea to stop knight c5.
Mhm.
After f3, he went back, knight e6. It was like, what? I mean, what's the point? So it allows knight c5, queen c8. So hardly this was a great choice.
Mhm.
And Maxime was probably also quite surprised about turn and wins. And after bishop f4, rook d8, king h1. A very interesting slow move. I'm not sure what's the purpose of this move. I guess not to miss any bishop d4 checks.
Mhm.
I would be thinking, can I try to, force matters with bishop d6?
Mhm. Okay,
I
and
see a
then
pawn, I take a pawn.
I like your thinking. I take with the knight.
What he didn't like it here? Because this already we discussed, right? Rook b6 is queen
Yeah.
b6. We discussed this. It's actually pretty nice. And bishop d6, maybe you take it, but then there's knight b7, right? That's awful.
Here, this looks really, really.
Yeah,
this looks lost. Yeah.
That is awful. So of course you take with the rook. So I take knight b7. So what is happening here? Wait, check. And now rook b6.
Ah, that's clever.
Is
That
this?
is.
The bar says everything's okay, by the way. So I guess queen c4 or something. It looks a bit scary. Here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the bar dropped, yeah. I guess bishop b2. And the white has so many things under attack. Rook and the knight. So where's the big idea? What I'm missing here? There must be some tactics, right? But the knight is
definitely.
lost. Wait. What am I missing? How do we maybe it's something like queen a4. Queen a4.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, queen a4, bishop b2, rook takes on c7. Unbelievable. Wow, you can easily miss this. So queen takes on c7, you don't even play rook e8, you play queen e8 for the content. And that's a background.
Beautiful.
That's very beautiful.
That's really nice.
Why he didn't go there? Did he miss queen a4? I mean, I have to admit this queen a4.
It's easy to miss, right? I think.
Sorry?
I think queen a4 is quite easy to miss.
It is easy to miss because queen c4 looks more logical than after bishop e2. You calculate, it quite doesn't work. But queen a4, this idea of rook c7, rook e8, this can be totally missed. So the bishop is under attack. And bishop b2 is rook takes on c7. White still casts the pawn. And something like queen b7 cannot be taken due to the same rook e8 or queen e8. Choose yourself. And rook b7, queen d4 is just an extra pawn. So, did Maxime miss this?
Could very well be.
I also didn't see on the spot, right? But I was just looking for more because I see the bars. Like everything is great. The knight on b7 is trapped, and yet Sabaka White survives. No, it's queen a4, rook c7. Wow, that's very, very cute. Very cute idea. And instead, king h1 was played, and now Wesley plays h6. He probably saw this idea, so now he plays h6, and there's no funny tricks of this same line anymore. Is there?
And now MVL decided to take on d6 and capture the pawn finally. On
but now there's no
b7.
bishop d4 check.
Now there's no bishop d4 check. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So is this just a pawn, or does black have something?
So we have to check again rook b6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Must be the same reason. Queen b6.
Mm-hmm.
C takes. Rook takes. Now, compared to the previous position, we can take with the bishop, but this cannot be great, right? Anyway, this looks awful.
It's over.
Over awful. No, I mean, it's not yet over. There's something like bishop b7.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So black sort of lives, sort of.
Yeah, and I have to take and take f7.
Or the pawn on a6 as well. But it looks lostish, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, if not rook b6, then what? Then what?
Then what?
Because if the rook goes away, I think white just enjoys the extra pawn. Don't tell me there's something like full compensation after rook b7. I don't believe it.
It's hard to believe, right?
Just a pawn, right? Although, you know, rook b8 is incoming. Although after rook b8, there's bishop a6. There's another pawn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Also need to be calculated.
Mm-hmm.
It looks very suspicious, you know?
Yeah, I struggle to believe it. But what move are we on here? I've completely lost track of how many. We're on move 24. It's okay.
Yeah, move 24.
Time is not really a problem here. Both players have spent roughly the same amount of time, but not easy to make a move for Wesley in this position.
Right. I wonder if Maxime noticed by now. I mean, I'm not telling that bishop d6, knight b7 was winning on the spot, but you know, sometimes it's like this. When you're playing, you calculate a lot of things, and Fiona, you probably know this. You make the move, and it's like you see everything.
No.
In that moment, exactly in that moment, you play this, you see everything. Everything is so clear. I was like, oh my goodness, did I just miss
And
this?
it's such a depressing feeling.
Yeah. I don't know how to explain this, but everybody who's played in, I mean, competitive tournaments at a good level, you know this feeling, right?
Yeah.
Calculate everything. You're sort of convincing yourself everything it has been calculated. You make a move, and now the eyes open. Very interesting phenomenon.
No, for sure. And well, we'll hopefully, actually, I have to say, hopefully for Maxime, it doesn't happen, because usually it can be quite bothersome when you realize you missed a chance during the game. Pumpkin Eater is asking, is rook b8 an option?
Rook b8, I think the big point for white is to play knight x on d6, and it might seem that the white queen is under attack on b3, so is the black queen. Yeah. So black just loses a lot of things. So unfortunately, no. I mean, unfortunately for American fans, rook b8 is not an option, not at least right now. The rook on d6 needs to be moved, and I just struggle to find any other move than rook d7, because rook b6 looks almost game over due to the variation that we discussed. So what choice does he have here? Again, a bit strange that he's thinking here, right? Because the rook on d6 is under attack unless what? There's no other moves.
There is no unless, yeah.
There's no unless, not here. It's either rook b6 or rook d7, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let's come back here in a little bit. We leave Wesley to think about it. And let's go back to the bird's eye view. Maybe we can take a quick look at this endgame between Mamedyarov and Giri and see if there are any chances for Shahriar.
So we left it, where was this? Some time ago. After bishop c3, bishop takes on c3, b takes on c3. We had a feeling that probably black has a compensation, but then again, I'll tell you honestly, I was looking, I didn't find exactly how black makes the draw. I mean, it's kind of drawish, but how do you make this draw?
I know, yeah, I know what you mean.
So Mamedyarov is just improving the position. He traded a couple of rooks, positioned the rook on c1 because this is what you're supposed to do. You position the rook behind your passed pawn, and you just push it. Bishop e6. Now that's interesting. Anish offered to transfer into rook endgame. I guess the big point is after bishop e6, there would be f takes on e6, and due to the active rook on e2, black should save the game.
So what happens if I run c4?
Yeah, this is what
So
happened.
no, I meant sorry, after swapping the bishops. I guess
we have to check it. I guess the black king is going to make it in time to block the pawn. So let's say here. I'm a bit too lazy to calculate. I'm going to make it. Am I going to make it?
You are.
I am going to make it.
Yeah, and there is nothing more there.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything. So it looks with the rook on e2. I don't think that. Although there's a4, rook c4, so this could be still explored. You know. Either way, this didn't happen. Maybe there's something more simple, like something like take it, c5, put the rook here, c6, just play very passive. Yeah, I guess this is just a draw.
Yeah.
And you just trade a pawn for the c pawn, so that's a draw. So that's why Mamedyarov didn't do that. He played first rook c3. And now Giri plays king f8 just to make sure the king is in the so-called square. So what's a square? Let me just draw it. So this is the square. And usually you want to have the king inside the square to stop the passed pawn.
But so I was already in the square.
Now it's a better square. It's an improved square.
A prophylactic square.
Yeah, I mean, the king comes closer to the action anyway. So king f8 is looking pretty good. But look at the clock.
The clock is a problem. I mean, I have no idea. What's your feeling? Is this quite an easy draw for Anish, or do you feel like there are a lot of problems that white can still cause?
I think the big question is what happens after c5, because white hasn't any other choices. King f1, king e1 just drops the pawn on g2. So white has to push. There you go. White has to push because Shahriar decided to play a3, which I don't understand, to be honest. So let me check this a5. So a5, I was thinking I'm going to take it. Take it. And king e8. Yeah, it looks drawish.
Because just it's very hard to untangle, right?
Yeah. So here, you can even give a check. Here, I'm threatening to play most like rook d2, rook d7, or maybe just do nothing. Just sit and wait. So despite the fact that this pawn on c7 is very far advanced, the black king is just in time to block it. Yeah, it looks like a draw. It looks like a draw. So that's why Shahriar played a3. I guess the idea is to play bishop a4 and push forward the c pawn. Oh, yeah, that was not supposed to happen. So I wanted to draw the arrows like this. Yeah. So he wants to keep the bishops alive, and Mamedyarov understands that rook endgame probably is pretty simple draw.
Okay, so just the tiniest bit of life left in this position, but so far Anish has done a great job defending this. So let's go back once again to the bird's eye view and see what is happening. Wesley is still thinking after knight takes b7. Maybe the Topalov against Wang Hao game has changed a little bit. What do you think? Maybe we can go there.
Let's go back to that game. So we left it, what was it? After a4, bishop e3. Veslin spent a great deal of time to take queen takes on e3. All right, I don't know what he was, why he was spending so much time on this very obvious move. A takes on b5 makes sense because now white opens the a file and f4. F4.
Wow.
Yeah, and you know, Fiona, this move made me wondering, why don't you take on f4? Because this is a very common idea in the Sicilian Scheveningen to free the e5 square for the knight, also in the Najdorf.
Did Wang Hao not take?
No, he did not.
Wow.
I thought this was pretty almost instant response. Let's say e takes. I'm not sure with what do you take really. So let's say rook takes. I want to play knight e5. How did you go for this position? And the knight goes to d7. Black, or maybe just keep the knight on f6, you know? It's a wonderful activity for black.
I mean, this is the first time today that I actually like Wang Hao's position. Or that I've like, it just looked so comfortable earlier for Topalov.
Right. And he didn't take it. He played queen b6, which maybe is also a fine move.
Yeah.
So after the take, f5, Topalov gained slightly more space. Rook d1 tries to press the pawn on d6, which makes perfect sense. Rook d8, rook d2. There's some kind of a pressure. You know, it's a bit strange. It does feel strange. I mean, maybe Wang Hao felt that take on the 4 definitely for him it's a no-brainer. He knows this is an excellent move. I mean, we didn't have to explain that, but maybe he wanted to simplify matters. And after e takes on f4, he's playing against the great attacker Wesley Topalov, who is well known for his sharp play. And maybe he felt that even this looks okay, white still keeps the queens on the board, and you know, there might be, I don't know, something like maybe 91, 93, 95. I have no idea really. So that's why he was like, okay, listen, I'm gonna trade queens.
Avoid all that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna just trade queens. So let you play f5, so be it, I don't care. So bishop c8, rook d8, this he got to see, and now he's just doing okay.
Artus, I'm gonna take you back to where we just came from, MVL against So, because I see Gustavo in the chat is saying So blundered. So let's see what actually happened there. They went down this line that we were seeing.
Really? I thought that's pretty overish, no?
Yeah.
Rook b6, queen b6, rook c8. You cannot take with the rook due to the 96 fork. Bishop c8, rook e8, 96. Okay, this is obvious check. So what are we missing here? Wait, maybe Wesley calculated it a bit deeper, and he was expecting something like, let's say, trade. Trade. Let's say, what do I take here? Let's say take it and take it. Like he thought that this might actually hold some chances.
I mean, does this not hold some chances?
No, there's some chances, yeah. There are 2 bishops, you know, the Darksware bishop is pretty active, although, I mean, the pawn is a pawn, right? It's still there. Maybe, you know, actually black can try to escape with the opposite color bishop endgame.
Yeah.
Somehow, you know, trade the light square bishop for the knight, leave the opposite color bishops on the board, and then your extra pawn means nothing.
Did we miss anything better for white in this line? No.
Right. And he played bishop e4.
Bishop e4 maybe is the move.
What's the... Oh, just a second. What's the idea? So he...
Okay, the idea is I'm defending d5. The question is, what if you defend f7? So what if, let's say, king... but you also cannot go king g7 because then I take on a8 and I have knight e8.
Well, that's a very deep move, to be honest. No, I mean this bishop e4. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is a cute trap.
Yeah.
But I don't understand. So if you have this idea of bishop e4, why do you keep the rook on e8? Why don't you just take it right away? So take it, and now let's say play your bishop e4. Maybe the point is now black has access to these moves, which maybe it's somehow making black's position bearable. So the entire sequence of bishop e4, now obviously black gonna play bishop e7 and bishop e5. So if he's gonna take it and snatch the pawn, we have to run forward the pawn, d6. Oh, look at this.
And you just keep going. Wow. Bishop e4 is such a nice little move by MVL.
Right.
And Artur, I think he's going to reward your bravery and your prediction of MVL going to win.
Yeah, it looks like that. And if I play bishop c8, I guess I just promote the pawn, right?
Yeah. Wow.
This is a technical win.
Incredible stuff.
Yeah, that costs black a piece. And after bishop e4, so you cannot take on e8. So what can you do?
Nothing.
Maybe take on b2. What about this one?
Take on b2, okay.
And now, maybe the whole point of not including rook e8 and bishop e4 play first is we take away some options. Ah, wait, there's rook e7. No? No, the bar says there's no rook e7.
Rook e7 looks nice, though.
It looks very nice. But okay, let's try to force matters. For example...
Okay, what if I take...
Take it and run with the pawn.
Yeah, so take f7, maybe?
Do I need this pawn? Oh, I could take it.
Okay, let's say knight c4.
Knight c4.
That way I cover both a3 and e5.
And knight b6.
Yeah.
This should be winning.
It looks very bad.
This should be winning, absolutely. And the bishop is traded. And take it. And the king is too far away. Nah, it's completely winning. Knight e7, e5. The king is not even going to make it close. No, this is 1-0, I think. At this level, I can't help but feel this was such a collapse for American, because once again we go back to this position, right? It felt like white has nothing, nada, zero. So black played a6, which is a normal generic move to protect the b5 square. After knight a4, I don't know what happened here.
Yeah, this was very, very strange to say the least.
Very unusual of Wesley. And after that, king h1 maybe was not even the best move. I don't know. We were considering this bishop d6, knight b7. Queen a4 move was perhaps missed by the Frenchman from afar. I don't know. Maybe he saw it. Maybe he felt that this is just better. And now I think rook d7 probably had to be tried. But then again, if you go for this position, you play rook d7. That's not a great position. But this actually favors the simplifications favor white position. I have a feeling that Wesley also missed bishop e4.
Yeah.
It can be missed.
And bishop e4 is such a nice find by MVL. And this, just looks very close to game over. The psycho in the chat is saying collapse so fast. Yeah, I think sometimes it's just really difficult in a game when you do something like knight e4, f3, knight e6 to just kind of lose your concentration a little bit, and to kind of think, what am I doing? And I think it just happens very often that when you make one mistake, that a few mistakes follow after that.
And also, I think there's some kind of a psychological effect, because obviously Wesley knows he made a mistake. He knows that. There was something he intended after 94. Then he realized it's not working. I don't know what it was. It's some kind of a glitch, some kind of malfunction. I don't know. And now it's very difficult to gather the thoughts after that, because at this level, people don't forgive such mistakes, right? So that's why also maybe based on this, a moment he played this rook b6, because he hopes that he can try to call this endgame down upon with bishops, and then he misses probably bishop b4, and that's pretty much normally game over. You miss many things. Bishop b2, what did we discuss here? Rook a8 and knight c4, right? That looked pretty obvious choice. Maybe white is still going to play rook e7. Rook e7 also looks very tempting.
I think he will take on it.
I think rook a8 is very straightforward.
Yeah.
For Maxime, this should be pretty simple. Once
I
again,
mean, Maxime is one of the best calculators in the world. I think he will take some time and just more or less figure everything out until the end.
Bishop d4. I play d6. You take on e4. I play this. By the way, didn't calculate, but this should be also winning. F takes. B5 is going to be knight a5, knight c6. Bishop d8 is going to be knight e5, knight c6. So this is it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's going to somehow try to run with the king. Something like king g7.
But now I take, I guess, simply. Huh?
Yeah, I guess take it. Bishop goes here. Knight e4. Maybe, maybe somehow black is alive here. F6. Knight b4. No, it shouldn't be. King f7. And there you go. There's your piece. So you didn't manage to play king e7 in time. Just one of the lines.
All those lines illustrate actually nicely how black is just not in time in any of the lines. Blues is asking, are there other games going on? There are indeed. So let's bring back once again the bird's eye view. This one looks like MVL should be quite close to winning his game against Wesley So. And maybe, Artus, we can have a quick look here on the bird's eye view, but probably time to check back in with Magnus Carlsen.
Yes. So very quick on the bird's eye look. Anand has a normal position against Radjabov. The position is more and more looking like something equal. I mean, the bar also says it's equal. I have a feeling that maybe this entire idea of c4, knight c3 was not very good. Maybe he should have continued with his kingside attack. I felt that was pretty nice, but I mean, maybe there was nothing real. So looks drawish at the moment. Mamedyarov against Giri. Shahryar is trying to get the game going, but black is so active with the rook and b2. Normally, this should be a draw. But then again, if you ask immediately, how exactly is black making a draw? I don't know. Maybe bishop d7, try to force.
Oh, sorry to interrupt you, Artus. But just literally, let's go there and see what happened, because the draw has been agreed. That came out of nowhere.
That came out of nowhere indeed, and we left it some time ago, where it felt that white has pretty much a one-sided game. Now, instead of pursuing this kingside attack with most like knight f1, knight g3, rook e5, Aryan decided to play c3. I'm not sure he needed this move, but okay. b4. So he was trying to fix the dark square weaknesses on d4 and c5. Some trades happened. Knight e6, g3, a5. More trades. Now black activated his pieces, but he simply lost his momentum. So I think this entire idea of playing at the queen side was not the right idea. So I'm not sure why he needed this, by the way. Why do you play c3 before? Because I feel that the queen side is not where you have to operate. You have to operate at the king side. So think about ones like knight f1, knight g3, and let black play his a5, a4. But then again, I mean, white has slightly better position, but not much really.
Not
so
much at all. I mean, for Arian Tari, who, as you said, I think he's lost all his previous white games against Magnus in classical chess. This is another step, you know, towards improving the score. And once again, I mean, Arian has been very impressive throughout this tournament, and he held Magnus without any problems really today. So kudos to him, and the two players will return in just under 20 minutes for an Armageddon decider.
And I also have to mention is that Arian has lost all 4 Armageddon games with black. And today he has a white color.
Finally.
Finally, he's like this. Come here. I finally have white color.
You know what I think we're going to do, Artus? We're going to go back just to the bird's eye view for 1 second to make sure we're not missing anything crazy. And then very soon we'll take a very quick break before we return as we get into the 4th hour. So now soon, you know, the time is going to go down. So it looks like MVL should be winning against Wesley So, and all the other games very much in the balance still. So will we be back with all of this and the Armageddon between Arian Tari and Magnus Carlsen in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Hello and welcome back to your coverage of round 7. We're back after a very short break. We haven't missed any other results, Artus, but just before we went on the break, if you're just joining us now, we had a draw between the top 2 Norwegian players, Tari and Magnus Carlsen, which means that in just over 10 minutes, they will be coming back playing in Armageddon. And until then, Artus, where would you like to jump back to?
I'm pretty sure that MEL's game against Wesley So is not going to last for long because that looks to be technically winning position. Probably more than one way to win this. Maybe we have to go back to the game of Anand against Radjabov.
Let's do it.
For a moment, right? Because it appears that Radjabov has normalized his position. And... I start to like his position.
Yeah, I'm also quite impressed, actually. I was very worried about his position out of the opening, but yeah, suddenly, I mean, he has all this pressure on the A file, and I'm not sure, we were dreaming earlier for white to put some pressure on the pawn on G5, but that seems like a far away memory.
Right, and then notice the fork on C7, apparently it was not a possible choice because after knight C7, black would play knight B6. So the queen on A4 is under attack and the knight on C7, well, just say goodbye to it. So you're going to do that.
Bye.
And, yeah, bye. And you're going to do that. You have to go away. Queen D1. Now, knight F6. Radjabov improves his knight. He was playing moves like G6, King G7, maybe Rook H8, maybe G4.
And the question is, meanwhile, what will Anand do?
That is a very good question. Because, Fiona, I'm looking at this position and I can easily imagine what is going to be black's plan. What is going to be white's plan? C5? It's got to be. I mean, you have to try to do something at the queen side because this position resembles the typical king's Indian structure. So white normally in the king's Indian is, trying to grab space at the queen side with C4,
C4, I not have
C5.
to do something about A takes B4 here first?
Yeah, by the way, we didn't mention this. 8x on D4 now would be not possible due to the same threat of knight C7. So it is a threat. Now it is a threat. So let's play Rook C1. Can we do this? And probably black is going to take the file.
Yeah.
And play something active.
Like Rook A2, or what are you thinking?
Rook A2. Rook A2 may be definitely a move, but it allows white to trade some rooks. Something like Rook E2. Because this Rook on A2 is quite annoying. I have a feeling, Fiona, that black has no danger here.
Yeah.
And if somebody needs to be careful here, it's white. I mean, I see obviously the bar says it's equal, but I can easily imagine some simple moves for black. For white, I think he played Rook B1, right? I think so. Did play Rook B1. Queen D1, yeah, Rook B1 is on the board.
Yeah.
Well, Anand is on the defensive. I think he is on the defensive right now. So whatever chances he had, we have to go back to this critical moment of D5, knight B8. And this entire idea of going for the king side attack, I liked it, Fiona. I think it was a joint effort. It was my idea, then you took it. And we tried to develop it with moves like knight E2, queen H5, rook E3. It looked good. Instead, Vishy went for the classical approach of C4, knight C3. And this proved to be not enough. And now white just stepped back. Queen A4, queen D1. This is clearly not what Vishy was hoping to achieve.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you that if anything, then it might be black who could be taking over, should still be in the balance, but also on the clock, things are evening out. I feel that earlier Radjabov was much more down on time, although I might be misremembering. So still, I mean, what move are we on? We're on move number 25. So still 16 moves to make for Timur. With only 20 minutes on the clock. it's not so much time, but also the position, the moves are not so hard to make. So I suspect this one will end in a draw.
It looks like that. I wouldn't be surprised that they could make a draw in a couple of moves, something like that. Because also for Anand, I mean, I guess draw is fine. Of course, you cannot really ask him that he definitely has to win the tournament, because he is already of pretty solid age, 52, right? And he has this excellent streak of results lately. I think he's mainly playing for fun.
Yeah.
Just enjoying the atmosphere. So I don't think there's really pressure.
Let me ask you a question, because yesterday David and I had a discussion here on the commentary. Someone in the comments in the chat was saying, "Oh, I wish Vishy was playing the candidates or something like that." And I said, I think if Vishy was invited today to play in the candidates, he would turn the invitation down. And David was like, "Do you think so?" "No, I think he would go." So I'm curious for your opinion. If Vishy today received an invitation to play in the candidates in 10 days, do you think he would accept it?
I have no idea.
No, of course we all have no idea, but what's your guess?
Opinion? I don't know. I think probably the candidates tournament is one of the most stressful tournaments.
Yeah.
It's incredibly tough. Can you play it for fun?
No, I don't think so, right? Like, you're not gonna have like my argument was, first of all, these 7-8 players have been preparing for months and months, and I don't think Vishy is like, "Oh, let me play another world championship match." I don't think that's, of course he wants to do well when he plays, but for me, the fact, for example, that he's not playing the Olympiad is an indicator, you know, that he's not considering himself, you know, to be, he's also on Djokovic's ticket for the election. So it's clear that there are other things, you know, on his minds rather than just being a full-time player. So I think to go to the candidates and just be like, "Oh, I've been playing well, let me have some fun here." Yeah, I just don't think that's how, like, you won't be having fun when all these guys are like, you know, ganging up.
By the way, Timo just played a silent draw offer, I think. Knight c3, knight b5, knight c3, knight b5. I can safely see this game is finished exactly like this. Because if Anand is not going to do that, what do you do here? How do you improve your pieces? Rook e2, are you the one really playing for the win? With knight c3, you just push away the rook from the second rank. Rook a3, knight b5, rook a2, knight c3. I think this game is going to finish very fast.
Yeah, I'm with you. And by the way, just to get back to the chat, this is a completely hypothetical situation. There is no way Vishy will play, because even I think if someone suddenly at the last minute, let's say, got ill or someone couldn't play, I don't think Vishy would ever be a replacement. I don't know how it goes, but I think it would go by rating. So this is a completely hypothetical discussion.
It depends. How does he really perceive the candidates tournament? If you can enjoy it, yeah, maybe. But I think it's a very stressful tournament, which is very difficult to play for fun.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
Literally everybody tries to beat you with any color, and yeah, probably he would decline.
Yeah, I think so. In fact, I believe, unless I'm missing a tournament, I don't know if Vishy will play in this Zagreb Grand Chess Tour, but in July I will be there. He will be playing in the Dortmund no castling event alongside Kramnik. So I think that's more like, you know, that will be fun with his old buddy Kramnik. Try something new. And I'm not saying Vishy is only playing for fun. Clearly, he's in second place here in this Norway tournament. He did so well in the Grand Chess Tour, but I think the candidates is a different
type
kind
of right.
Yeah.
I also think so. All right. I think this game is going to finish in the draw very quickly. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think so.
Let's go back to the bird's eye view maybe first and see, have we already had a result in the MVL game? No,
he is still fighting. He's offering white to go to the obstacle of bishop endgame, which by the way is a tricky choice, you know. I like this because the position is dead lost. So maybe let's very quickly go back to this position. And he's like, what chances do I have? So you can take on b7, take on b6, and take on a6. So white has 2 extra pawns, but are you sure this is winning? That's really smart.
No.
I like this. I'm maybe not very sure because the bishop holds both pawns on the same diagonal.
Yeah.
So could be draw, could be not. So I think MVL, unless he definitely knows that this is winning, I can't see him go for this position unless he has no other choice.
Agreed.
So that's pretty smart.
Yeah. I mean, very interesting choice by Wesley.
Check
What
out
are
this
the
one,
other? 97.
Yeah, check out this one. Here, check, king g8. It seems that we trapped the bishop. It goes back.
Oh my goodness. That's a nice line.
Yeah, a bit strange, right? And then
an improvement over this previous opposite bishop.
Yeah, so bishop b7, king f8, bishop a6. We still might get this opposite color bishop endgame. So a nice trap, by the way. So I guess after 97, bishop c8, white is not going to play knight f8. I mean, he's going to play something like 95, I don't know, d7, knight c6. Should be somehow winning. I don't know how, but should be somehow winning.
But I guess that MVL is currently busy calculating the opposite color bishop ending.
I'm not sure you calculate that. Maybe you can calculate that, but it's either you know it or you don't know it. It's very smart. Very smart.
Interesting. Okay, let's quickly go back to maybe Veselin Topalov and Wang Hao and see how they are getting on, because we'll probably only have like a second to look at that, as I believe the Armageddon between Magnus and Arianta will start momentarily.
Right. So a couple of moves got to be made in this game after what we missed. Rook d2, bishop b7, knight d1. So Veselin decided to improve the knight to e3, I guess. So Wang Hao decided to make a breakthrough of d5, which makes perfect sense. Knight e5, rook a7. Now this is a threat, I guess. Take it and take on d5. So that's why bishop c6 is followed. Still, everyone's game. Black is doing fine, but then again, the white's position is okay. Black has this passed pawn on e5, right?
Does that pawn concern you?
In the future, in a very, very distant future. Yeah, it does concern me. Let's say we trade a lot of things like all the minor pieces and we have a rook endgame. Yeah, then it does concern me. Or maybe the pawn endgame as well. Yeah. So the pawn on e5 is like protected with another pawn. The pawn on f5 might become, not this one, yeah, this one, might become a problem.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of this position. I was just trying to see what move number we were. Okay.
29. 29 moves can be made, and I think Veselin's idea is try to get something on e4, but you need to make sure you're not missing any tactics. Let's say knight e4, I want to use this blockade. Could be tricks. For example, take, and something like knight b4. So you want to make sure you don't fall into this. So bishop c6 is a very typical trick. And a black saves the knight. And c takes bishop e4, white is down a pawn. Now,
do you think this should just be heading to a draw? Do you think that Veselin can somehow put some pressure on the clock and still turn something? What are your predictions for this game?
I think black has enough time for the remaining moves, 16 minutes for 10 moves, which should be enough. And he has some easy moves to make. Like the pawn on c3 is under very serious pressure. I think black is not in danger here at all.
And Artus, the Armageddon between Arian Tari and Magnus has started. So let's go there. Arian repeated e4, and Magnus actually responded with b6.
Hippo. We have a hippo on the board, right?
Wow.
Really? Really? Magnus is so bold, he's going to play the hippo. G6, bishop G7, knight E7, or maybe knight f6. Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, nothing surprises me anymore after his recent choices.
That is very bold. E4, B6. D6, knight E7. I know he goes for something else. He plays C5, so he might see some kind of Sicilian.
What even is this? So you say this could transpose into Sicilian, huh?
Yeah, it's already transposing. I think if white is going to play something like Queen E2, I guess, which makes sort of sense, then black could take at the right time. C takes on D4, knight E4, knight F6, and we have a normal Sicilian.
It's funny.
Unbelievable. So bishop D3, C5, short castle, C takes knight E4, knight F6. This is on the board. We have a Sicilian.
Okay, so interesting. I mean, very interesting opening choice by Magnus, but it hasn't cost. I thought it was going to cost Arian Tari more time of the clock, you know, to be faced with something so unusual. So I think he's handled that very well. And what are the plans here a bit for both sides?
I think white normally at some point, I'm not sure which is the right moment, wants to secure the bishop on d3 with knight b3, so that knight c5 is met by a trade, and he's looking for this kingside attack with e5. But Arian is doing something else. Look at this, he's playing very fast. King h1, knight c5, rook e1, d5, e5, knight e4. Nobody's thinking here. And he has still got 8 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock.
I mean, I'm too shocked to say. I'm very surprised actually that both players are rattling out their moves, especially since it's unlikely that, I mean, Arian couldn't expect this to appear on the board, surely. Maybe for Magnus, he had a little bit of time to look at it in these 20 minutes, but I expect that both players, at least by now, should be on their own here.
Right.
And how do we react to knight e4 here?
This d5 slightly surprised me. I mean, it's not like it's a mandatory move. It's a very typical idea in the French, put the knight on e4. But then again, white can just keep the position closed. I was expecting something like, I don't know, knight x on d3 maybe. Knight x on d3, c x on d3, and some kind of a way to activate the bishops. Maybe something slower like knight e7, bishop f6, knight c5, you know. But I guess d5 is okay. So knight e4 and f5.
Wow, I was just gonna say, I guess it's in Magnus's favor to complicate matters, but it looks like Arian is not shying away either. I like f5 actually.
I mean, he has to win, right? It's really simple. If he wants to get something out of this, otherwise this is going to be 5th loss for Arian in the Armageddons. He doesn't want to do that. It's his first white color. He doesn't want to mess it up, and it would be so nice to inflict the loss to the tournament leader. And
I was just gonna say also, Arian has never, I believe, beaten Magnus in any kind of official game, right?
Not official, yeah. I'm not sure about their behind-the-scenes games, but not in official tournaments.
So f5, and I mean, for Magnus is under 5 minutes. How do you react to f5? I guess you don't want to take that pawn?
I feel unpleasant.
Yeah.
This is how I would feel. Because for white, it's very one-sided game. Look at all the pieces, all the center pieces, the rook on e1, rook on f1, queen on e2, pawn on f5. Everything is looking towards this king side attack. It feels unpleasant. So if you're going to take on f5, there's knight f5. And on top of that, you start to see ghosts, right? I mean, you're trying to simplify the position, make easy decisions. This is not the type of position where you can make easy decisions. So bishop g5 is played.
Bishop g5, and what I always wonder is, can I somehow get my queen in? You know, I'm already dreaming of my queen being on g4, pawn on f6, some mates on g7. How do I make it happen?
I guess with some calculation. I don't know.
Who needs calculation?
I'm
Throw the
just
pieces.
firing out. Look at this. He's not even calculating the thing. Bishop g5, queen g5, rook f3.
But the bar did not like it.
Bar
don't
did
know.
not like it at all.
Well, d2 isn't covered. Like sometimes I feel like these moves can be annoying, where suddenly a piece comes into your camp and you're like, go away.
Right. You think about some queen d2?
Yeah, I don't know if it's any good.
No, Magnus just take on f5.
Okay.
But listen, I don't like this, Fiona. I had a feeling that Arjen slightly rushed it. I mean, f5 is fine, but bishop g5, rook f3, it's a bit slow. I mean, because rook f3 comes with no threat. There's no rook g3, the knight on e4 still stands. So I would think that this is probably the moment when you want to invest slightly more time.
I agree. I think bishop g5 is the first moment where I also felt maybe there was a moment to take some time. But let's see. So what happened after rook f3? Magnus captured on f5, and now Arjen is thinking.
So he captured on 5 to avoid an f6 mate ideas, as you already said, Fiona. So here rook takes on f5 is probably a possibility.
Yeah.
I would expect something like rook f5, queen h4. And knight g3 fork ideas start to appear, so that's probably going to happen. Queen h4, maybe. Yeah, queen h4 seems to be a very easy move. Maybe queen e7 also is a possibility. But no, this position starts to look normal for Magnus, or queen h6. Yeah, queen h6 is also super solid. Wait, just a second. So what happens now after rook h5? There's no knight g3 anymore.
So rook h5.
So that was the difference of queen h4 and queen h6. And rook h5 is on the board. Wait, did Magnus just slightly miss this? Queen g6. So I think that was the big difference. Queen h4 wouldn't allow rook h5. There was knight g3 check. Maybe not a big deal?
Maybe not a big deal, but let's see. Queen g6, and now what? Are there any threats for black here? Doesn't look like it, right?
Not immediately. The pawn on e5 is well protected.
Yeah.
Also for white, it's not easy to come up with direct threats.
No.
Maybe you play something, you cannot play b4 because the knight on c3 is under attack. I wanted to clarify the situation and maybe aim for some kind of a better endgame because of this bad bishop on b7. The knight on d4 against the bishop on b7.
Chess Gamer Supreme is asking if knight f5 is a possibility.
Knight f5 definitely is a possibility. Yeah.
With
so
a cheeky little threat.
Probably rook e8. And yeah, it's on the board, by the way. Knight f5. Only the other rook goes to e8. Magnus doesn't blunder the queen. Surprise.
Under 3 minutes for Magnus. Arjen still has 5, but okay, he needs to... Like, the problem I feel with these positions is you need to keep playing so energetically all the time.
Yeah, and how do you continue?
And how do you do it?
How do you continue here? Maybe knight e4, try to clarify the situation. Probably Carlsen is going to recapture the pawn, bishop c4. Do you want the bishop there? Maybe. Knight e4 is definitely an option. Maybe you want the rook on e1.
A rook where?
I mean, the rook on e1 somehow find a way to join the attack.
Maybe rook f1, rook f3.
Yeah, but the rook on h5 is hanging. Yeah, so I'm not
okay, rook f1, rook f4.
Look, he took an a4 but with the bishop.
With the bishop, okay. So I guess... okay, we'll see. Pawn takes. The problem is suddenly this bishop on b7 is really annoying me, looking down at g2. But
whoa! That was an exchange sacrifice, Fiona. Look at this.
Yeah, this happened so fast.
Yeah, very, very fast. I mean, I didn't even see this. So queen takes on d6. I think it's a great practical choice for Magnus because his position now looks super solid. He is about to organize two connected pass pawns.
He's also about to equalize on time. Only 40 seconds now between the two players.
Rook f5 has to be played, or maybe rook g5. Of course, you don't want to take on c5 to simplify the position because you are the one who has to play for them in.
Yeah.
Rook f5,
So
g6
rook
is on the board.
f5.
Rook
The
f1.
problem is also, I think this exchange sacrifice was such a great decision by Magnus, because also now his moves become quite easy. You know, you push f5 and then you just sort of improve the position. And this is the first moment, although we see the bar still favors white.
Yeah,
This is sort of the moment where I think Magnus will take this one somehow.
Right. Black looks very solid, but also Aryan is making some very good moves here.
Fair enough.
Queen e3, he blocks the pawn, he consolidates the position. You know, maybe things are not so great for Magnus.
Yeah.
Maybe not so great.
Also, the queen from e3 can always, I'm still dreaming, artists, can come to h6, you know, just annoy the black king a little bit.
I think you have to simply forget about those checkmate ideas.
Never.
I know you want to do something there, but this is not the time, not the place.
No, but not right now. But first to bring my knight to somewhere, you know.
Insist.
Knight e2, rook f4, rook h4.
Okay.
Queen h6, knight f4.
Something like 5, 6 tempos. Never gonna happen. But you never know. Never know.
You need to be optimistic in life.
Right.
Did he just play king g1? Okay.
Yeah, king g1. And at the moment,
what's
Tari
the idea? Does he maybe want to go g3, or why did he go back to g1?
I mean, it's just in case. Just in case, bring the king closer to the action. Just in case, you never know. It's a move which not gonna hurt your position. b3, I would expect. b3 also, just in case, protect the pawn on a4. No, rook f2, f5 instead. Now you play g3, I guess. Yeah, now you need it.
Yeah, we need to. It feels like okay, f4 isn't a threat yet, but there he goes, g3. And how is Magnus going to continue?
So he might have to bluff with the attack. Bishop a8, knight e6, f4. No, otherwise white is gonna simply storm over. Rook d2, knight e5, or rook d6. No, he plays king g7. Knight b5 very quickly responded by Tari, threatening some forks or something.
I guess I cannot take on b2. I guess something bad will happen.
Or a4.
Or a4.
Rook e7, b3. Okay. I
like b3 a lot, actually, just keeping both pawns, defending a4, getting b2 away from there. I mean, maybe Aryan's chances are not so bad after all.
Wait. There's an attack. I mean, look at this knight e6. Knight e6, you could take on b6, e3 is incoming, f4 is a big threat, g5, f4 is a threat. So Magnus goes for a desperate counter attack.
Absolute all-in. Can we take the pawn on b6? No, it doesn't take it. Knight e6. We could still take it now.
Yeah, but it's scary.
It's very scary.
It's scary. So if you put the knight on d6, not to miss g5, because the pawn on f5 is under attack. So I think this pawn on b6 is something you don't want to take in time trouble.
c4 is a very nice move, actually, just shutting out that bishop. Knight c5.
On f5. The bar goes like whoop, up, knight f5, rook f5. There should be something, right? Is that the mate or something? Knight f5, rook f5. There should be something, some sacrifice on f5. This is just asking to be played. Knight f5 is on the board.
Wow, what a move by Aryan Tari. Is he going to take this one? Is he going to beat Magnus?
He's going to take this one. He's going to take this one. King h8.
Unbelievable.
Rook f5 is also incoming. That's it. Tari is going to take down the world champion.
Wow. How do you stop the mate?
That's it. There's no stopping. Rook d8. This is resignation. You just resign here.
Wow.
What a shot. But this knight c5 was so unfortunate. Blunder by Magnus. He just missed this very beautiful tactics on f5. And Tari was spot on.
And Magnus resigns. What a result for Aryan Tari, who holds the world champion in the classical game and takes the Armageddon with the white pieces. This is his first ever official win against Magnus Carlsen. What a day for Aryan. Really hearty congratulations to him. And this is a day he will remember forever, artists.
Yeah, definitely. And I think we definitely can expect more from Ari and also in the upcoming tournaments. So we go back to this very short moment, which I felt was the crucial moment. Bishop a6. I'm not sure about this move. I felt that you want to organize some kind of a king-side desperate attack. Bishop a6, c4, nicely played by Aryan to shut out the bishop from a6. Knight c5, big blunder, aiming to go with the knight on d3, and knight f5 beautifully seals the fate of the game in favor for white.
Beautifully, a beautiful finish to the game indeed. He spotted this knight f5 so fast, no hesitation. Congratulations to Aryan Tari, really a very special day for him. And also that opens up the field a little bit. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. Magnus only getting 1 point today out of his match against Aryan Tari. So that potentially leaves the way open for Vishy Anand, where we did not have a move repetition, by the way. So let's go and check it out.
Right. So Vishy felt that this may be his chance. Also, he probably spotted that Magnus is not probably gonna win the game, the classical time control. I had a feeling that here Radjabov silently offered the draw with this knight c3, knight b5. Rook e2, this is a silent declination of the draw. No, not yet anyway, because I guess Vishy just feels his position is solid enough.
Also, I mean, we have to remember the game Vishy played against Topalov, where, you know, he just kept the game going a pawn down, but with the pressure. Okay, here it's not the same situation exactly, but Timo is down to 5 minutes. So I think as long as Vishy feels that he's in no danger, I don't see the downside to just keeping the game going and seeing, you know, how will Timo react if he gets down to playing just on increment.
Well, so I was wrong. I felt that maybe this is the position where Vishy needs to be careful, because this is how I felt before. And that he's probably going to agree to draw. And no, he does care about winning the tournament.
Yeah.
So he is pushing.
Surprise.
Right. And look at the clock for Radjabov. Again, he's in time trouble. 5 minutes on the clock with, what is it, 10 moves to make?
Yeah.
And the position is not so simple anymore.
Not at all.
So you can go back maybe to this moment, right? This rook a2. Radjabov is like, probably he wants to offer a draw with a repetition, rook e2. Maybe trading the rooks was not the best decision. Not really sure. And now suddenly the tables are turned. It's white who is trying to do something. c6. What is that?
What is c6? It's a lot of tension there in the center, and let's figure out how Vishy should react. So I guess first we want to look at the captures.
Right. So what do we capture? Can I play queen c4?
Okay.
Queen c4, try to establish some kind of a pawn majority in the center, because c takes, there's going to be e takes.
Yeah.
And I keep more tension.
Yeah. I mean, I like the idea, especially if the clocks are correct. 3.5. Does that say 3.5 minutes? It does, yeah?
3.5 minutes. And usually in this moment, at least my favorite strategy, I'm not sure how it happens at the top level. My favorite strategy is try to think in terms of the series of moves.
Yeah.
So I try to think about, I'm going to play queen c4. If he is going to play queen, something like rook c8 or some very obvious move, I already have a move prepared for that.
Yeah.
So that you're not making the mistake. This is usually with an increment. When you're playing, for example, in time trouble, your opponent only has the increment of plus 30 seconds. You make the key response, you start to ponder about your move. And in your time, your opponent is already figuring out what he's going to do after your move. So that's why it's so important to think about the series of the moves. So you immediately respond, he's like, oh, right? He doesn't know what to do. But there's no increment here.
There is no increment, not yet anyway.
Not yet.
And there won't be an increment for another 9 moves. I mean, that's a hell of a lot of moves to play with 3 minutes on the clock.
Right. So Timur here is in much trouble.
By the way, just to let you know and to let all our viewers know that MVL has won his game against Wesley. So We can go back to that a bit later. I don't know if we want to show it right now. Let's stick around here because I think things are going to happen
Let's check the bird's eye view,
very
right?
soon. Okay, we can check the bird's eye view actually. So we see that MVL has won the game. He did not go into that opposite color bishop ending.
I told you he's not going to do that. This is not very practical. So if you're not sure, you don't go there and you seek for something simpler. He found it. It was pretty simple. He
did indeed, which means 3 games remain, all 3 equal at the moment. But with the time situations, I mean, this Magnus-Giri game, I expected to finish a long time ago, but they're still going. I think we should stick with Vishy and Radjabov. I think that's where the time situation is the most critical.
Mamedyarov indeed looks still drawish, but he is still pushing and still making things uncomfortable. So in Vishy's game, Rook d1 instead was played, which, by the way, makes perfect sense. Actually, more than Queen c4 because he positions the rook behind the future pass pawn. D takes and B takes. This is on the board. It's not so simple for Radjabov anymore. I don't care what the evaluation bar is saying, that it's an equality. It doesn't feel equal to me.
No, I mean, White is going to have a passed pawn. And the problem is it's...
What is simple ideas like target the pawn on b7, maybe push d6, play rook b1, put the queen on b2 or b4, and black is in a slightly passive defense. Yeah, queen c7.
Okay, so I guess d6, right?
Yeah, d6, maybe his idea is to block the pass pawn with the knight at some point. This game is heating up.
Yeah, the thing is, as soon as you move with the knight, you have to think about white capturing g4 and then maybe, playing on the king side suddenly with pushing h5 and opening up things there. So, yeah, it's just like...
How do you protect the pawn on c5? Because I have ideas like knight e7 and rook a5. I'm not sure.
That is a good question.
Yeah. And also there's the immediate threat of c takes on d5. The pawn on c5 is going to be immediately under attack. Can I play something like queen b2? I'm not sure why I need this move. Just in case, position the queen on the long diagonal to bother the pawn on e5, the king, the knight, everything that's on it.
So if I take on d5?
I kind of bluffed with that. So knight e5, queen c5. Please tell me there's something. There's queen e5. Okay, I didn't see this. I didn't see this. I thought there was going to be something.
Yeah.
There you go. There's a pin. Some problems.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is trouble.
Right. So if you don't do that, queen b2 also targets the pawn on b7. Is sort of thinking about d6, applying pressure against the pawn on e5. I can easily imagine Vishy playing this. So if I try to attack the pawn on c5 with something like rook a5, now I could play d6, queen d7, and I need some kind of a smart move here.
Yeah.
Wait, maybe queen b6. And I have some queen c7 ideas. I have rook b1 ideas.
Oh, this looks nasty.
Oh, yeah. It looks like something. And that's why maybe it's nothing. The bar says absolutely nothing. I mean, it's totally dead equal. But with 2 minutes on the clock, queen b2 could be
a different story.
Yeah, it could be a different story.
By the way, Tim Westland in the chat is asking, why is Radjabov writing his moves? One would expect top players to know the laws of chess. I think he does know the law of chess, but the laws of chess do not say that if you are under, 5 minutes? They do not say that you cannot write down your moves anymore. They just say you do not have to. So he is not breaking the laws, huh?
Fiona, I just remember these good old times when there was no increment in any game whatsoever, and there was complete panic, a lot of bashing. And after the second time control, they would take the score sheets of the opponent and would write down the moves. I kind of missed that. It was very.
I know. I mean, and especially if both players like were in time trial, those big tournaments like European Championships or Olympiads, with the arbiters running around everywhere in the time scramble phase. Those were the good old days.
Right.
But one that wastes his time. So first of all, it's important for him to know when he's going to make move 40. That's the first thing. What you can do is just put sort of a line just to mark the move, but I don't think it gains that much time, because Vishy is not blitzing. I would, unless I had absolutely zero time, I would also still write down the new moves, because most of the time it's not like a blitz unless your opponent also has absolutely no time. What does it take? It takes like 1 second to write down the move. So I understand why he's still writing them down.
Right. And also it's a discipline. You keep a check how many moves you have made. Of course, you could just make, just mark how many moves can be made and then take again the score sheet from the opponent to write down the moves. But you can do that at during your opponent's time as well. So 97, this is a move we didn't discuss. Makes sense.
Okay, 97.
Now the question is what Anand had prepared here. Can you play d6? That's the $1 million question.
So let's see, d6.
Probably queen a5, queen b7, and rook a7. No, you cannot do that unless you sacrifice the queen. Wait, not the queen, but the knight. Queen c6, queen c3, and black wins. Okay.
It was a nice try, though.
Nice try. Okay, we cannot do that. So d6, queen a5.
But now, how do we deal with this pawn on c5? This is a problem, maybe, no?
Yeah, it's a major problem. So we don't do that. We simply don't do that. So we don't play d6. Not very good. What if I play something? I have no idea what. Can I play something like queen b4 is going to be the same, right? Queen b4, queen a5.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. The bar says no.
But now we can take on b7 maybe again. Or what's
No. We take on a5 and take on c6. The knight is under attack, and after knight c5, it's even worse.
Yeah.
And rook d8. This could be maybe a try. Queen b4.
What about rook b1?
Rook b1. But the pawn on c5 is under attack.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you have some tricks.
Do I not have any tricks?
I don't know. Do you have any tricks?
Probably not.
I don't know. I mean, you could try rook b1, but knight c5 is quite obvious threat.
Yeah.
So queen b4 protects it. What else? Maybe Anand is looking for these series of moves, trying to pick up the most practical chance. There could be also some. Queen b4 is on the board, by the way. C takes on d5, blitzed out. Radjabov was expecting this. Knight d5 or rook d5. Not very obvious what you should do. For example, knight e5, queen c5, queen b7, rook a7. Black is doing okay. Or maybe even rook a2, by the way. Rook a2 maybe is even slightly more active, but this is just solid. So I don't think Vishy is going to do this. If he wants to play for the win, he has to try something like rook d5.
It's a difficult balance, right? Because of course you want to play for the win, but you don't want to play for the win so much that you suddenly risk losing.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to lose. So I don't think that Anand is going to risk with everything all in. So he's a pragmatic player.
Yeah.
If he'll feel that things are taking too much risk. He's just gonna make a draw here. So rook d5, I think it makes perfect sense.
Can we very switchly without going back to the bird, or we can go back to the bird's eye view for 1 second. I want to ask your opinion. Is Mamedyarov suddenly pressing? Because that endgame has changed, and suddenly I see the clock situation. Anish, they have made move 40, but Anish is just defending on increment.
Wow, something has definitely happened because Mamedyarov has managed to trade the c pawn for the h pawn.
Yeah.
And Giri is down on the clock with 10 seconds. I mean, very quickly, very quickly, I'm going to check how did this happen. Apparently, he left the pawn on h4 undefended. He didn't want to play g5 for whatever reason. And this is definitely a major achievement for Mamedyarov. Because the c pawn was not going anywhere. He kept pushing, kept creating chances. And still it might be not enough. But now at least he has something to work with. h4, exactly, organize a pass pawn at the king side. King f4, g4, h5. This is what you want to do.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it's tricky. Look at Anish's clock time. He has 30 seconds. And as I said, they have made a move 40, but Anish will only ever get his 10-second increment now. And this might be a draw. Most likely, I guess it is a draw, although I'm just a pure guess, right?
Doesn't look so drawish anymore.
No?
It did look before. Now I'm not so sure.
So I think, okay, if it doesn't look so drawish to you, then I think it's probably in this practical situation just lost. I mean, to defend it with no time on the clock is...
Well, let me put it this way. Mamedyarov has never looked so good in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the best, absolutely. So I think he has definitely chances. So normally the game probably with the perfect defense somehow is drawing, but now it's just down a pawn for no compensation. Your activity is maybe even not giving you any kind of compensation. So the white rook on b8 is just as active as the black rook on b2. So it's just a pawn. The only chance that maybe gives Giri hope that gives Giri chances to save the game is this white pawn on a4 is on the color of white's bishop, and it's always generating black enough counterplay. But now the question is, how is Mamedyarov going to create a pass pawn? Maybe h5 and rook h8. Can I do this? I want to check this. So h5, g takes, and rook goes here. Maybe not very good. Yeah, Bar says ridiculous.
But why is it ridiculous?
I don't know. I mean, normally I don't want to trade pawns, right? Bishop b3, maybe this pawn is under attack. Although I might keep it defended. Yeah. Now, I guess Shahryar is not interested to trade pawns. So look at this. He played rook f8, something that Giri did not expect. This is not a move you expect. And now you have to find yourself with 10 seconds increment and rook b4.
I mean, the chances that you will just make a mistake with 10 seconds on the clock are just so high, no? Like, it's so hard to defend.
That is true. You know, it's a very interesting mix, Fiona. This classical time control of, what was it? 2 hours for 40 moves and plus 10 seconds after 40 moves. It's like you start with classical chess and boom, suddenly you're playing rapid. Just like that.
Suddenly you're playing blitz, bullet.
You're playing blitz. So it's difficult.
Yeah.
It's difficult. Rook c8, king b6.
King b6. And look at the bar. The bar does not like it. But Schach is blitzing with him. Blitzing along.
No, he's definitely going to continue. There's no way he's going to agree to draw here. No way at all. Rook d7 maybe. Rook d7, rook a7. Look at his nasty trick. What he found. Rook a7, king b6, rook a6. He wins the pawn on a5. How do you hold this position together?
Wow.
Very tricky shock. Whoa, rook takes on b5. Can you do that? What
Doesn't
a desperate
feel like
move.
it. No.
No, that is desperation.
No.
I don't think this is calling.
I mean, what do you even do as black? Do you start pushing the pawn now? You can't even take on b5. Okay, bishop c4.
I think Anish just panicked here. He saw the threat of rook a7, rook a6. I don't believe this is a draw. This is something he just smashed on the clock.
Yeah.
Now just go with the king to the queen side now. King, maybe put the rook behind the pawn. King f4, try to get the king on c1, combine with the g4, h5 ideas. And look at the clock. I mean, Mamedyarov has 18 minutes.
Plenty of time. And he's doing something very smart. Like he was playing fast until now, putting the pressure on Giri. And now he's got Giri where he wants him. He knows this position is winning. And now he can take some time to just...
And he did not anyway. He played king f4. Maybe
well, but he took a little bit of time at least, you know.
10 seconds maybe. Okay, rook a7. King b5, king e3. I mean, you need a king, I guess, on c1. You need a king to help the pawn. So I don't know what was Anish's approach here, what he was supposed to do, but he clearly panicked with rook b5. He saw this idea of rook a7. I don't know what. Maybe, yeah, what you should play here. The bar says it's sort of equalish. No, I mean, not equalish, but sort of drawish. But how? How do you play it? That's why you cannot afford yourself to play in time trouble. Because this is where you start to make mistakes.
Yeah.
Rook a7 should be pretty easy move here, no?
Yeah, can you run with the king? I don't know.
Well, what did I say before the game, Fiona, about this match? I said that Shahryar is going to win, right?
Yeah, I did too, or not? Or am
I said Shahryar is going to win, just because he hasn't beat Giri in a long time.
What did I? No, I did. No, I think I took Mamedyarov, and I think we both took Mamedyarov here, no?
No, you were trying to convince me that all the games are going to finish in draw.
No, I took 2 white wins. I took Vishy and one more, and I think that one more was Mamedyarov.
I'm going to watch the broadcast from the start.
Maybe someone in the chat can have my back. I took for sure two white wins, and one was Vishy.
No, I think it was like this. You said, again, you have selected 5 draws, and then you selected...
Yeah, and then I said I have to take some, right?
Someone, yeah.
And but then I took 2, I think.
So be it.
Someone have my back here.
So be it. Let's go very quickly to the bird's eye view so that we are not missing the action from the other games. And Anand still has...
But what's going on in the Topalov game? It looks like Wang Hao has blundered something, if we can believe the bar.
Well, in my grandmaster's opinion, White has an extra pawn. So very quickly. And also he's down on the clock. Look at this. He's also playing on increment. So very, very fast, very, very fast. Let's go to this position. Knight f2, rook e2. He just took the pawn. He just took the pawn. And again, we see the pattern. All of the troubles start with the time trouble.
Yeah.
Enter the time trouble, you simply do not have time to calculate. You simply do not have the time to calculate. So maybe let's once again go back to the bird's eye view so that we are not missing some very direct action. So at the moment, it looks like there might be 3 decisive games because Anand's game against Radjabov looks like
it has just ended in the draw.
Looks like it's
okay. So let's go back to one of the 2 games. Which one should we? Maybe Mamedyarov Giri is closer, I guess, to concluding.
Maybe it's gonna closer to finish.
Yeah. So 20 minutes from now.
You just played the move with 1 second on the clock, right?
Yeah, it looks like it.
You know, Fiona, I once was a witness. I have to make a confession. I was watching a live game. It was a team event, and a teammate was playing with an increment, plus 30 seconds per move. And all the team was watching the performance and couldn't watch it. Meaning, every single move was coming with less time on the clock. So first there was 30 seconds, there was 20 seconds, then there was 5 seconds, you make move, 3 seconds, you make move. You see the pattern, right?
Yeah.
The time is coming less and less and less. Finally, that was a woman. She makes 1 second on the clock move, and then I saw something I've never seen before. She makes a move, and on the clock you have 30 seconds.
Wow.
How do you do that? How do you even do that? Because it's plus 30 seconds per move. So it means it pretty much hits zero.
Yeah, I guess if you're under 1 second, right?
It must be pretty much very much under 1 second.
Yeah.
So 0.0
So that's
something.
insane.
I
I never saw it either. I never saw that.
Never seen in my life. Yeah. So
how did she do in the game?
Yeah, she drew, but everybody died. I mean, people just didn't want to watch it at all, right? I mean, it was so difficult to watch because that was a very important game. It was
crazy.
Yeah, that was insane. But look at this. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Yeah.
No, I was just going to say in the chat, Cartier Tank was just saying if Anand wins in Armageddon, he catches up with Magnus. And yeah, BJH has already corrected that. Even if Vishy wins the Armageddon, he will be half a point behind Magnus.
Right. I think he was a bit far behind. But look at this Mamedyarev's choice. Instead of playing the automatic rook a7, he just took on f7. And that means he's going to sacrifice the rook for the pawn on a3.
Yeah, and run those pawns.
Yeah, I think it's going to be rook a7, king b4, now bishop a4 could be a problem, and the a pawn is about to advance, so I think Shak is simply going to take on a3, king a3, and there's no stopping of these pawns. I don't believe it. I mean, the blacking is too far away. So either you take on g6 or you play h5, h6, h7, then there's another f pawn. At this level, Giri knows it's over. It's over, especially after rook f7. That's it.
Yeah, and we see his time is ticking down, only 15 seconds to go. Of course, he's trying. Oh, we don't even have to give up the rook immediately. We can bring the rook to e1.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah.
That's even better. Yeah, so Giri is going to try the last chance, play a2, bishop b1.
Yeah. So I guess we just go rook e1, a2, and rook a1, yeah?
Or now he can go back with the original plan. Okay, 7, king b4, and there's no bishop b5,
that
bishop a4.
True. Yeah.
Now, this game is over in a couple of moves. Wow, what a win for Mamedyarov. This was one of the central matches, and you know, I'm
not disappointed. Yeah,
I'm impressed because it felt that this actually, you know, kind of reminded me the game of Carlsen against Radjabov. You know, Radjabov was down a pawn, although on purpose after the opening in the Catalan, whichever round it was, and
2 days ago or what?
A couple of days ago, right? And the bar is obviously saying it's a draw, it's a draw, it's a draw, but you still need to make a draw, right? And the more moves are played, the pawn still remains. And I think something similar happened here. So Anish had a very good compensation for the pawn. He knew the best approach probably, but the more he kept playing, he couldn't win back the pawn.
Yeah, and by the way, just to say, Anish has resigned, so let's just pull up the other game while I let you finish.
Yeah, the game was already finished, I think. So Shakhriyar scores a very, very important victory. And I think what happened is that Anish simply started to spend too much time, because once you don't see a clear way to make a draw, you start to spend a lot of time.
Yeah.
And this is classic.
Yeah, and I mean, what a depressing game. I mean, I'm still in shock that Shah won, because from the opening, you know, this pawn down and Anish went into it so confidently. I thought, okay, for us, it's not, you know, 100% clear how do you equalize for this pawn, but turns out that there was nothing completely
It turns out the pawns matter.
Yeah.
The pawns matter. I mean, it's not like you can sacrifice them left and right and just aim for this long-term compensation. There you go. There is hope for humanity, right? So you can't take those pawns and then just play a very long game, and your opponent is eventually going to lose the control of the game. They're human.
And now we're looking at the last classical game for today. Veselin Topalov, who's up a pawn in this double rook ending. And this should be a win, surely, right?
Somehow it should be winning. The black rook on b8 is very passive. So imagine with the pawn on b5 is going to fall black's game. Think about moves like king c2, king b3, maybe rook c5, rook d5. Apply pressure against the pawn on b5. Maybe black is going to take the pawn on g2 in the meantime, but this should be technically winning. Yeah. Also, I think we have another Armageddon game coming up of Anand against Radjabov.
For sure. One thing about this position, I was wondering, if you're white, do you want to keep the two rooks on the board, or do you want to swap one pair of rooks?
I guess it depends. If I can get to the pawn on b5, I mean, normally I don't mind to simplify the position. Rook e2. What is that? I was expecting king c2, but okay, rook e2 doesn't ruin anything. King h7. The idea is to play king h6, king g5, which is understandable.
Can I go rook e7?
You want to checkmate?
As always.
You always want to checkmate. Yeah, you have some ideas here. Maybe actually rook b7 also an idea. Try to trade rooks, go after the pawn on b5. Yeah, rook e7 is definitely a move.
So Veselin still 4 minutes and Wang Hao in the same unfortunate situation as Anish Giri with no time. No time on the clock.
I think he's calculating rook e4. Can I play rook e4? Simplify. Now the king on h7 is here. The pawn on h4 is going to be lost with a check. So he's making sure, can he go here?
Yeah.
This is technical win. I mean, it's got to be technical win. So king g5, I could go something like c4, b takes, king c4, king f4, b5, king g3, rook d2, resign.
Yeah.
Now this is winning.
Yeah, this looks convincing.
Yeah, that is convincing. If Topalov is not going to find this, I don't know. I mean, he's definitely going to find this. Unless there's
he still has
better.
time.
Like he has time.
Oh, we had a lot of moves coming. What? And no.
What just happened there?
No.
Rook e4 takes, king h6, king f4.
What the hell?
Rook d7, rook g. Really? No, there's no way, right? This happened?
I mean, this would be insane. With the time he has on the clock.
Let me refresh the board. You know, when I was doing the comment together with Daniel Naroditsky, we also had this one moment. There was
my goodness. On the board.
The queens got traded and then they reappeared.
I think I was watching that. But here, I mean, this has really happened. But why did Wang Hao? I'm confused by everything. I mean, no, maybe this is not on the board because rook c2 doesn't make any sense there at all.
Rook e2, and yet it appears to be on the board. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with the transmission. You know, I have to go back to this moment. This king f4, maybe it's fine. So you shut out the king from the game. Rook c7, rook d7, rook c8 was apparently not the best. But the question is, isn't it really simpler to organize a pass pawn here?
Yeah.
That looks very straightforward to me. You know, I thought the line I showed that looked
I have no idea if the moves, I mean, there is nothing too crazy, but it just feels, I mean, also after king e4, rook c2 is such a weird move, no?
Maybe Veselin just missed his check. He thought that black is going to take on c3 and this is just winning on the spot. Yeah. So from afar, when he went for this position, king e4, he thought that's it, right? I'm just winning this game. And suddenly there's rook c8, boom, check on c4, oops.
But even after the check on c4, after king f3, rook takes, king e4, why does he not give a check on c4 there?
You mean here? King
Yeah,
e4,
yeah.
rook c4? Well, you told me. King d5, just take the pawn, makes perfect sense. I don't know why.
Yes.
King e6, I guess. There's king f6 and mate threat.
Yeah, maybe that's what he was
Maybe
worried
he
about.
missed something like rook a4, king f6,
And check.
rook jack here, but this looks,
Scary.
yeah. Maybe it's losing anyway.
Yeah, let's stick with the live board because moves are coming in very fast now.
Yeah, now this is winning. Yeah, now this is winning again because the b pawn is going to advance. The rook on g7 holds everything together. This I believe Veselin is gonna do. Until then,
What a crazy game between these two players. But it's not over yet. We've seen both players, you know, lose the plot. So let's see, can Veselin keep his cool until the end now?
no, I don't think he's definitely gonna do this. Maybe that's tricky, by the way. f5, king f6. Now the pawn on g2 is under attack. Rook h8. You can then take on h4. Nice win. It's a win. I mean, not the cleanest win. Something happened with this. That was a bit strange. This Veselin's idea of like king f4.
Yeah.
Maybe it was still somehow winning, but I think he just missed the check on c4. This can happen. This definitely can happen. Now rook b2 is the only move. Otherwise, the game is immediately over, I guess, after rook b4. So you have to play. Yeah, now it's just rook b4, I think. So black cannot position the rook behind a pawn. And rook b4, relieve the king. Rook c4. Rook c4 also is pretty good, I think. King
Just
c7.
to shelter the king and then
shelter the
push.
king also looks very good. I think there's more than one way already to win this.
Yeah, this looks like we're coming towards the end here. They're timing this perfectly. I think once this game is over, the Armageddon between Vishy and Radjabov will be very close to starting.
Fiona, do you know, are they playing the Armageddon in the very same hall, or do they take the players somewhere else?
When I was there, it was in the same hall.
So imagine yourself, you're playing a classical game, and then somebody is like smashing the clock.
Yeah. That's how it.
Really?
That's how it was.
Okay. I thought there's no way. There's no way.
It was. I mean, there was a bit of space between the tables, but not that much. But for example, let's say right now, I think maybe they would just wait until this game is over. You know, wait a couple more minutes.
Of course, Wang Hao is going to try to fight it out. Still has some chances. I mean, he has a passed pawn. I guess b7, rook g8, king b6, f2. Should be winning. I keep repeating that all the time, but should be winning.
Should be winning. Does king b6 just win?
King b6, f2, rook c1, king f4. What are you winning, by the way?
I mean, I thought I'm just gonna go king a7 and
I think rook c8 was winning on the spot already, no?
Rook c8.
Rook c8, and I promote the queen with that. Wait, you take on c8 and then you put the queen. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. And now king f4. King f4 or king e4 and h4.
It's still not over, yeah?
Still requires some technique. Still requires some technique. So Wang Hao is definitely trying. He's definitely trying here. He's still alive.
Thank you, Burb, for the sub. Don't see too many subs on this channel. Very much appreciated. Welcome. Okay, king e4. Veselin is still thinking.
I think
h4. Yeah, Idiot Chess is asking king a7. King a7 was also my first feeling. But is king a7 even winning?
Yeah, king a7, king f3. I mean, I try to make sure I don't lose the pawn on h3.
Yeah.
So, for example, if I play king a7, what I don't want to blunder, king f3, b8 queen, you are going to take it, I'm going to take it. It's really simple because after king g3, we have rook f1.
Oh, rook f1.
Yeah, it's really simple.
Yeah.
And after king g2, I just take it.
Yeah.
And now you try to hunt the pawn.
Yeah.
No whale.
Nice.
Yeah, so this also is one win. And king a7 now. Oh, wait. King a7, king b. What?
What?
What is this?
No.
What just happened there? Why the bar dropped? Just a second, just a second. Rook g1, he planted rook g1. Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable. Wesley, what are you doing? I mean, he just blundered rook g1. He thought, that's it. This is game
Oh
over.
my God.
So take, b8 queen. Black just gives a check. And gives a check on b1, takes the queen, plays.
Oh my
king.
goodness.
Unbelievable. How do you blunder this?
Oh my God.
So king a7 was.
Chess is so freaking brutal.
So it was, I guess it was h4.
H4, yeah?
Yeah, but already it was slightly tricky. h4, rook g1, take it. Now I'm going to promote to the queen. You win my queen, but I had the pawn on h4.
Oh my God.
So you cannot stop it. And you had 5 minutes on the clock.
Veselin is kicking himself so much right now.
I can imagine. I mean, you don't need a video for that.
Oh my
Wow,
God.
this was just. I mean, you have to give a lot of credit to Wang Hao, of course, for finding all of these practical chances. But even here, king a7 was a very straightforward win. It's as straightforward as it gets, right? Unless I'm missing rook g1. Wait, maybe there's rook g1.
Oh my God. Maybe actually this was all not as easy.
Yeah, maybe, by the way, rook g1 is still some chances because I put the queen here, you take on c1, you know, maybe there's some chances. So this was still quite clean. Rook f1, king f3, and just play h4. h4 was a very necessary idea, and I think Veselin simply did not see the idea of rook g1 at all. That's it. This game is draw.
What an insane endgame.
And also, I have to mention what I didn't discuss, that this queen gives nothing because you take on f1, and despite the fact that you have a queen with such a powerful pawn on f2, you cannot win the game. So give some kind of a
insanity.
check. Yeah, this is never going to win. This is never going to win. There's always a check with a threat to promote.
Yeah, I mean, I know Veselin had, I thought Veselin had already taken on
He had so many chances. He had so many chances. I mean, there I go back to this position, which felt really, I mean, the game was in the back. That's it.
I'm lost for words.
King d4, c4. That's it. I mean, this is not difficult stuff. And king e4, okay. Something weird happened here. He missed his check. Now suddenly black had some chances. Rook c4, rook b4, Fiona, those are very good points. Now, again, this felt like technical win, right?
And a draw has been agreed between the two players.
Wow. This is such a heartbreaking game.
This is really crazy.
Wow. Well,
I mean, it's really tough to now in 20 minutes wrap your head around what just happened, then come back.
Impossible.
Come back for the Armageddon.
It's impossible. You don't recover. You simply don't recover from such games. So I think it's going to be a very short Armageddon game. You know.
But how could it be so short? Do you think he's going to collapse with white?
I'm sure that Wang Hao is going to win it. I mean, it's incredibly tough. Yeah. Incredibly tough to recover after this. I mean, of course, I wish that he's going to do this. And I think everybody else who was watching this also was in this belief. Because, I mean, all of us, we have been in that situation before, right? Fiona, you have been in that situation.
Too many times.
And your heart just sinks.
I know.
It's
like, I literally feel bad. Like, I think we all understand to some extent, you know, how he feels. And it's like not a good feeling. And yeah, for those asking, where is the Anand Armageddon? That's an excellent question. It should be starting any moment. We have the board open. So as soon. Okay, so we're hearing the players have sat down for a second. I forgot the past tense of
drama. Everybody, including the arbiter, was just watching the drama.
Like, guys, just wait a second here.
Wait a second.
We'll get to you soon.
We need to watch this. We need to watch it. Oh, okay, now it's finished. Okay, now we go on with the Armageddon.
So yeah, the players are about to start, and then right after that, pretty much we'll get to the other Armageddon between Veselin Topalov and Wang Hao.
Right. Wow, what a game.
Insanity. Absolute insanity.
Oh,
what are we watching? A movie. Thank you for that, Arthur.
What did I click there? Help.
It's movie time.
Actually, look like something. All right. I wanted I wanted to click something. Apparently there was something. Anyway, the game has started, and Anand is playing with white color
and we have another Italian.
And this time
the bishop has come to g5.
Yes. So now the cat to test at least for one game. So what happens if I put the bishop on h4?
But black hasn't castled yet. This is a difference.
No, he's thinking about g5 ideas. G5, h5. Now, can I try to do that, by the way? That's one of the big ideas why you don't castle short immediately. G5 and h5. Can I do this? No, the bar says it's ridiculous. So knight g5. This was my brilliant point, but of course there's a fork.
Yeah.
On f7. So black gonna do that. So that's why he played
a sensible. Wow, it's the sensible castle.
But this is amazing, right? So first, Fiona, you play g5, you weaken your king, and you castle short.
Okay, let's see. I mean, if I was white, I would immediately be like, okay, how do I can I ever play h4? I guess the problem with h4 is you will go maybe g4 and h5, or
you mean here?
Yeah.
h4. Now there might be problems with knight h5. And your bishop on g3 is feeling not very good.
Yeah, that's a fair
And if you play something like bishop h2, there could be g4.
Yeah.
And after knight e1, there could be queen h4.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's kind of the problem. So rook e1.
Me.
Remember what I told you, Fiona, in the classical game? This idea of g5, bishop g3, knight h7, king h8. There you go. Oh, wait, h5. Not king h8, but h5. This is really modern stuff.
Which side would you play here?
I don't know. Black is attacking with a couple of pawns.
Yeah.
I like that.
Me too.
So black is trying to checkmate white with 2 pawns. It's very aggressive.
Okay, so how do we react? Do we capture on g4?
I don't think we have a choice.
So why is Vishy thinking? I know he isn't thinking. I think we've had more moves, right?
Oh, it's just me. It's just me thinking. Queen a4. Well, what can I say? So queen a4, it makes sense because you want to remove the queen from the pin, and yet it feels very cold-blooded because you leave the entire king side wide open. For example, it's like, I'm not afraid of h3. There's nothing.
So
And
how do we can I go? Oh, goes h3 anyway. And now,
I like that.
so h3, can we just ignore this?
That's a very good point. Can I
Like-
play queen c6? So I guess you won't invest something like more than 10 seconds on this move.
Yeah,
And,
probably, yeah.
Yeah, there could be some ideas like h takes, you know, king h8,
Mhm.
rook g8, bother the king. Unless I'm missing something. I guess I'm missing something. But
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can just bring the bishop back to g3 and the rook to h1. Maybe my king is safe there. I don't know.
bishop g3 instead. That feels the secure move. And the bar hates it. For whatever reason. Queen h6. What? Oh, look at this. Queen h6 covered the idea of h takes. A queen h3 check. Whoops.
So how do we deal with that? Maybe Vishy had to take on h3. This is looking so promising for black. How do we recapture? Queen takes look tempting. Looks very tempting. No, yeah,
It
there he
looks very good.
goes.
Anand is slightly losing control of this game because he cannot take on e5. There's always going to be queen g3. Rook e3, very nice protective move. But the big question is, are you not missing some kind of a mate here? King h8, rook g8, something. Oh, this starts to look like a very serious attack. There could be even f5. Oh, you know.
You know what I would like to do in that time while you're attacking me? Just take everything. Take c6, c7, d6, and then bring the, you know,
Go down
weaken-
with the music, right?
No, but try and get there in time. Just if I can only get to your e5 pawn and to your king. Look, Timur he's with me. He's like, nah, I don't want to give that c6 pawn.
Why do you care about the pawn on c6? He did nothing wrong. I mean, why do you care about the pawn on c6? I felt like king h8, f5. I mean, you just storm forward. And this is like, you know, full throttle back.
Yeah, but if you go king h8, let's say I take on c6, you go f5, I take on c7, then next I take d6, then I take e5 with check. Like, of course, it's easy for us to say, let's push it all, but probably these players.
But Radjabov just blundered 95. Very beautiful.
Oh my
shot.
God.
That's it. 95, d-days, bishop e5,
Wow.
rook g3. Hello. Good done. That's how it goes.
Incredible. What a turnaround.
Rook g3, knight g5, f4. Suddenly
And lights
Swallow is
out.
attacking. Wow, what a shot. I mean, what a shot. I mean, this is like level
Shots.
40 puzzle.
A bolt from the blue.
So I have to go back to this moment, really. So rook e3, not bishop d7, clearly. I mean, I got
Maybe we should, yeah. So king h8.
So you want to take your pawns, right?
Yeah.
Queen c6. I'm going to play rook g8. You
I'll keep taking.
you keep taking.
Okay, no, this was too much. Let's go back. This one was, oh, okay, I'm back in it.
Take another pawn.
No, not this one, not
No.
this one. This one I don't want.
Not too much.
This one I don't want. This one I'm not interested.
No, this is very brave.
But
Okay,
somewhere
okay.
here. Okay, let's stay with the live position. We can always come back here later. So
This is the position. Queen d1. Queen is pinned, but the bishop on g4 is under attack. I think this game's over.
yeah, I think we might see resignation here.
2 extra pawns for white. The bishop on g4 is lost. So Radjabov just missed one shot. He had a very promising position, but this bishop on d7, it's impossible to explain. This is, I mean, something to do with the nerves. And he was very unfortunate that there was meat at 95. I think Anand was like, what? What bishop d7? Oh, there's 95. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. And although we don't see the result yet, I think very likely Radjabov maybe just resigned.
Maybe he already did. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, at least the clock is ticking, but I just see no moves. F5,
no
you just take with
moves.
F5.
Yeah.
But then again, no, he resigned.
And there it is. Yeah, he resigned.
resigned. Because
What
you-
a crazy quick turnaround this was.
You just don't want to continue like this.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you blunder like this so heavily, even if you could play, you just feel so disgusted yourself. Right? It's just no. Listen. Okay, let's just call it a day. So I don't know what was the right solution here. Maybe what about f5? Something dynamic.
Yeah. Yeah, I think definitely this one there was some promising options for Timur. It's been a long day for him and for us, but the day is not over just yet. We have one more unexpected Armageddon coming up between Veselin Topalov and Wang Hao. We're just gonna go on a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with the last game of the day.
See you soon.
for this final game of the 7th round of this Norway Chess. It's not a game, Arcturus, that we thought we were going to see, because Vestel and Topalov had a completely winning rook endgame in the classical game against Wang Hao, but somehow he was a little bit careless in the end, and here we are.
Yeah, I guess this happens even to the greatest, and a huge miss for Topalov, who had only 20 minutes to gather his thoughts. And again, Wang Hao effort to try to save the game proves only one point: never resign early, and resigning never saves points. He just kept playing, found some practical chances. In a critical moment, Topalov faltered, and we have an Armageddon.
So what is your prediction? You said you think Veselin is going to not win.
I think so, yeah. I think that Wang Hao should have definitely a huge moral boost, and pretty much the opposite for the former world champion. Maybe he's going to somehow gather his strength, but at the moment, I would definitely rate the Chinese Grandmaster as a clear favorite of the Armageddon.
Yeah, we will see. I think both players, games like that are incredibly nerve-wracking, especially, of course, for the side that doesn't win. But I think for both sides, Wang Hao was so low on time for most of the game. So I think both players will be exhausted. But the good news for them is tomorrow is a rest day. So they just need to give it their all one last time here, 20 more minutes, and then they're into the rest day. Prex in the chat is asking, why is Wang Hao playing? Hasn't he retired? Wang Hao did retire after the candidates tournament last year because of health issues. But he has said here during an interview that he's been better and he didn't expect that he would recover so quickly. So he's back. I'm very happy to have him back. This hasn't been his tournament yet, but Arcturus, it's always difficult, I think, to come back, even if it was just a 1-year break.
Right, absolutely. So Wang Hao pretty much made his career high result by winning the 2019 FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss in Isle of Man by qualifying for the candidates tournament. After the candidates, which was not a great one for him, he decided to retire. Now he's back because, well, I believe that there's no such thing as a former chess player, right? You just want to feel the thrill. You just love the game. And I think it's great. I think it's great for chess that Wang Hao has decided to play in the tournament.
Yeah, for sure. And we will see here, what can he do in this Armageddon? I'm with you that psychologically he has to be the favorite, but still historically, well, not historically, but in this tournament, White has done incredibly well in the Armageddons. So we will see also Veselin. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago where he just demolished his opponent in the Armageddon? Was it Radjabov?
Right, but about Armageddons, what was the result of
we're off.
Today's Armageddons? We had another victory with White. And before today, I had
two of them, Vishy and Tari.
Right. Vishy made... how do you play again?
He won the Armageddon.
Yeah, he won the Armageddon. Right. So Vishy won the game and Tari won the game. So this means before this round, we had 15 victories for White against 5 victories for Black.
So it's now 17, yeah?
Now it's 17 against
5.
So
let's see. The game is off. Can Veselin make it 18-5? Oh, will it be 16-7? Either 16-6. 17-6, I can't speak anymore. It's been a long day. Either way, very one-sided results for White so far. What do you make out of the opening here?
Well, what can I say? They were very stubborn. They really like to repeat the position because it's like, a battle. I was happy with the position. I'm going to repeat it again. And Wang Hao was like, okay, I'm also happy with my choices. So I don't think they had a lot of time to prepare anything new. Maybe their seconds were very quickly checking before the Armageddon. Can they repeat it? And this is something, if not exactly the same, we had already in the classical. I don't even remember what was the version. Bishop E3, maybe A3 is the new move. Or was it now?
You are asking me too many questions, Arthur.
I don't remember what was exactly. I mean, this is definitely the position.
Let me have a look.
It was very, very similar. White played queen c1, and then he traded ducks with bishops. He pushed the 4, and now Wesley is thinking, should I play queen c1? Or maybe...
So a4 was played by Wesley instead of a3 in the classical game.
So here, right? Instead of a3, no.
So
I get knight b2 and a4.
b5, knight b2, bishop b6, and then a4.
So h6 is a move, new move. Bishop e3, repeat it again. b5.
Yeah, there was no, h6. I'm confused.
I'm also confused. Okay, let's just continue.
Let's just watch the game.
Let's just continue. Okay, c4 is something else. This we didn't have in the classical. Wait, what about the d4 square?
What about the d4 square? Yeah, that's a juicy square, but can we do anything with it right now?
It's flashing. It's asking to be occupied. And d4.
Wang Hao obliges.
He just took it immediately. I don't like the c4 because I felt that one of the big ideas of having the pawn on c3 and the pawn on b4 is that it limits the knight on c6. So that's why you want to play a4, try to get to the pawn on b5. c4 is something else. And I think Topalov's original idea was that he is happy to allow bishop e3 because after f takes on e3, although he doubles his pawns after something like b takes, knight c4, now this pawn on d6 is in trouble. So if black doesn't take on c4, then the pawn on b5 is weak. All of this is very nice, but still it doesn't answer the question, what about the square on d4? And that's why Wang Hao just played knight e4.
Yeah, and I'm also concerned. I mean, first of all, this position looks like maybe Wang Hao has almost equalized, but also on the clock situation, just over a minute now between the two players. What did Wesley play after bishop b7? He played bishop d3. And
a slightly protective move. He wants to get to the pawn on b5. I like black's position. He looks incredibly dynamic. But then again, white's position is also fine. Maybe actually instead of winning the pawn on b5, white wants to take it. And after a takes, play a5, establish an outside pass pawn. So now the question is what Wang Hao is going to react to.
He played rook c8. Maybe we should refresh the board once so that the moves appear. So rook c8, putting pressure on that point on c4 along the c file, and we see Wesley taking everything on b5.
I don't like this, not for 1 second. I mean, I felt that maybe this was interesting. For example, c takes, a takes, a5, bishop a7, and now just make some kind of I don't know, some kind of smart move. Although d5 is
easier said than done.
Yeah,
come on, just make a smart move here.
Maybe knight e2, but knight e2 drops the pawn on e4. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. But Wesley took twice on b5. This I didn't expect. And d5 is such an easy move. And look at black's pieces. The bishop on b6 and b7. They're essentially covering every single possible square that white could try to attack him. So maybe Topalov already has to sacrifice an exchange at some moment, something like rook a6.
Yeah, and now the times are evening up as well. This is looking really promising for Wang Hao, who has handled this very well. And how do you react? Okay, we had another move. Knight a4 has been played.
Knight a4, d takes, bishop b1. Fiona, I'm just not seeing these moves. So clearly,
look at these. Have you ever seen pawns like this b4, b5, and e4, e5?
No.
They look very funny.
Not in this tournament. Not in this tournament. Rook a8 is quite interesting, actually, because it pins the knight on a4. So the rook in a1 is unprotected. Black is probably thinking about some moment to play knight e5, and look at the clock. Wang Hao is about to catch Topalov.
Yeah, this is looking very difficult now for Topalov. Also, these pawns on e4, e5, they just control so many squares. Wang Hao still has this beautiful bishop pair, sort of just looking down there. And what do you do as white here?
Well, you told me. I guess the bishop on b6 at some point needs to be eliminated. Bishop a2. That's a strange move.
a2.
What's the idea?
Refutation. No idea, yeah.
The bar certainly didn't like it.
No.
The bar didn't like it, and why?
Didn't like it at all.
Maybe knight g4. Can I play knight g4? Can I play knight g4 here? I see some tricks here. Knight g4, it's ridiculous. I know a bar hates me. So I want to play something like queen h4. And you just take on g4, and after rook a4, you checkmate me on the king side. Something like bishop h6 or queen knight f5. Okay, it's ridiculous. I never said it. I never said it.
Nobody heard a thing.
Nobody heard it. So instead, Wang Hao sacrifices an exchange and plays knight e5.
That looks, I don't know I have no idea what's going on with the position, with the bar. It's everything is such a mess.
I love it. Listen,
it looks promising for black somehow. No, it just looks like so difficult. These black pieces.
Imagine yourself, Yona, you are in the position where you only need to make a draw.
Yeah.
Just sacrifice an exchange. Rook a4. Rook a4, knight e5. And f5, f4 is incoming. This is going to be a very exciting game. I think f5. Can I play that?
I like f5. But careful about, can I first play king h8 or something? Or are you not worried about that bishop from a2?
Yeah, there could be. Oh, that's the wrong arrow. You know, I have to confess, I've always been very bad with arrows. So I know.
I forgive you.
I've seen Hikaru doing these wonderful arrows. I don't know how he does it. I mean,
maybe he can teach you.
Yeah, maybe. Rook c1. Maybe his idea is to play at some point something like rook c5 or rook c6 to block these monster bishops.
Yeah. I like f5. Oh, what?
Whoa, knight e3. It takes knight. What is this?
Oh,
this is an immortal game in the making. Take it. Knight f3, bishop f3. What is Wang Hao doing here? Not only he wants to win the game, he wants to crush the spirit of Topalov.
He really does. I mean, after surviving this rook ending, he's like, okay, no more suffering in a rook ending. Time to take things into my own hand. Knight e3 and knight f3. The idea is the bishop will come into e3.
This looks incredibly impressive. You know, I don't know. The bar says it's equal. You know, it looks like not equal.
It really doesn't.
It looks like a puzzle. It looks like a puzzle. There should be a mate in 5 or something. Take on f3.
Do we just take on f3, I guess?
Yeah, I think so. Take on f3, f2 check. The bishop on b7 is a monster. No, he takes on c1.
Do we have queen d2 or something? Okay, now it takes on f3. Okay, we're threatening mate. Yeah, f2 is a mate threat.
You know, this game, I think it's over. I told you. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry for the Topalov fans, but I just didn't feel that this game has any real chance to just gather the thoughts. Just gather the thoughts after that very painful last game. I think Wang Hao has this.
Yeah.
Queen d2.
Queen d2, rook g1.
Yeah, that's it.
And what do you do after rook g1? Where is the kill?
At least I have to remember black only leads a draw.
Yeah.
You can even make a perpetual check. No, this
what a game.
Yeah, what a fire game by Wang Hao. I think Topalov could just resign here, to be honest. You just want to go away. You just want to go away from all of this. Very, very unfortunate moment for the former world champion, but sometimes these things happen.
Rook g1, and as you were saying, probably just f2. Maybe we can even move the bishop.
Maybe bishop a8 is a move.
Bishop a8, yeah.
Maybe rook a8 is a move. Rook a8, rook a2. I believe there's
everything. Just
everything. Yeah, rook a8 looks. Rook a8 is bishop takes at f7. So Wang Hao decided to force matters, and now the question is he going to try to deliver a perpetual check, or the bishop on a2 is under attack? This I didn't see.
Yes,
Now this game is
over.
over. Rook d8, rook d1 is incoming, mate threats. The king is weak.
No.
Topalov knows this, Wang Hao knows this. So you resign.
What a game we just saw. I mean, kudos to Wang Hao. Of course, a heartbreaking day for Wesley Topalov and his fans. But Wang Hao, you know, he did what Arthurs was recommending. Don't resign too early. The end game was almost resignable, but he fought on. And when he was given a chance, he took it. he grabbed it with both hands, both arms. I can't speak English anymore, and then he came back and just crushed this Armageddon game. And Arthurs, the results for today, there was a lot of action.
A lot of action. You know, at some point I was getting really worried, Fiona, because we had some peaceful games. I was starting really to get concerned. Are we really going to get your initially predicted 5 draws? But then things started to heat up. We got quite a few decisive games, Armageddon games. We got drama. So the evening was complete.
Okay, so we're gonna see now, what does the leaderboard look like going into tomorrow's rest day? Well, Magnus Carlsen retains the lead, but the lead is as close as it's going to get, half a point ahead of Vishy Anand, who has 13 points. And then MVL is creeping up the rankings, Arthurs.
Right, MVL and also Shakhriar Mamedyarov is within the striking distance, because once again, the victory in the, so to speak, normal time, regulated time is 3 points. So if Shakhriar is going to win, for example, at least one game, he can already catch leaders and maybe even surpass them. Wesley So is a bit further behind. And in the meantime, quite an important victory today for Ari and Tari, more like a moral booster to beat not only his countryman, but the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Yeah,
I mean, 6th place currently is a fantastic result for Ari and Tari, ahead of, you know, giants of the game like Anish Giri, like Wesley Topalov. So very, very exciting last 2 rounds coming up, but not tomorrow. Let's have a quick look at the schedule. Tomorrow is the last rest day of the event, and the players will reconvene 2 days from now, June 9th for round 8, and then June 10th, the 9th and final round. Arthurs, we are done here because I think we have some chess games of our own to play, so you won't be seeing us anymore. So from my end, a big thank you to you, Arthurs, also to our great producer, Hala. It's been a lot of fun. And of course, to everyone watching us, thank you for keeping us company, for asking us questions, and just for all the support. Really appreciate it. And I'll leave you the closing words after my super long monologue.
Very, very nice monologue, I have to say, Fiona. And also from my part, I would like to thank everybody who were watching those couple of coverages which involved me. And I'm finishing my commentary for the Norway Chess. You're going to have other commentators doing the final 2 rounds. Anyway, it was an absolute pleasure. I hope you liked it. Hope you enjoyed it. It was such a fantastic experience working together for the first time with chess.com, also with Fiona, David, and Daniel. So I look forward to more events. But for you, tomorrow you have a rest day. Don't forget to come back for the rounds 8 and 9, which is on Thursday and Friday, if I'm not totally mistaken. Thank you for watching this. Have a wonderful evening or midday, whatever time zone you're living in, and see you in the next coverages.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.